Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1, and the countdown is on. In just under 10 seconds, John McGuinness MBE will be heading down Glen Crutchery, down Bray Hill. Here we go. Let's go racing. Away goes John McGuinness first. Next up, it's number 2 from Bradford, the 2018 Supersport Race 2 winner, Dow Racing Kawasaki. It's Dean Harrison. Lee Johnston will fancy his chances. He won this very race 3 years ago on the Ashcourt Yamaha. Number 3, he's off. Next out, number 4, the most successful Supersport TT race winner. 8 wins for Ian Hutchinson. He's out on the boys' position by Russell Racing Yamaha. James Hillier, could be a big day for James on the Rich Energy UMG Racing Yamaha R6. He was on the podium in both races here when we last visited. Next up is Michael Dunlop, fastest in qualifying, a winner of 7 Supersport races here at the TT. Number 8, Davey Todd, the first of the Malenko by Padgett's Motorcycles Machines. The 26-year-old was a winner of a Supersport race at the Northwest. Sorry, that's Gary Johnson, who's now away. Then it's Davey Todd up next. Davey, as he just admitted, I don't think anyone has done less laps than Davey Todd so far in Supersport trim. Steadily away for Davey. Next up, of course, there's a bit of a gap where Dave Johnson would have gone, the Aussie joining the TV commentary team. It is going to be, though, Peter Hickman, the winner of the Superbike race here on Saturday on the K2 Trooper Beer by PHR Performance. Triumph 765. Listen to that. Sounds gorgeous. Number 11 then, Connor Cummins, the Maxman. His only Supersport podium was here in 2009. Can he add to that here today? Jamie Coward is up next, 5th in 2019, of course, 6th on the Superbike a couple of days ago. Next out is Michael Sweeney, number 13. You just heard from him on the grid, the Irishman on the EM Building Yamaha. Now one of the changes, 14th away is James Hind. He was sporting 31 in your programme. He's off at number 14. It's his debut TT here this weekend. Mike Brown is then next off in the programme, number 30. He's going off at number 15. Then we've got Dominic Herbertson out on the Cowton Racing Kawasaki. The rider from Hexham was 10th in the Superbike race here on Saturday. Paul Jordan, this could be a big race, 6th in the qualifying last week. The Northern Irishman is on that Prez Racing Yamaha R6, white and black, number 17. Number 18, another Maxman, Michael Evans, on the Heat Tech Racing Yamaha R6. Missed the Supersport race in 2019 due to injury. Number 19 is Brian McCormack, the Irishman from Tremor on the Global Robots Triumph Daytona 765. We'll just get a couple more away from you and then we'll catch up with the rest of the action. Number 20, off next, Craig Nee from Immingham. Alistair Cowan Racing Kawasaki. He was 14th in the race in the Superbikes here on Saturday. And then it's the newcomer, Joseph Lachlan, 48 in your programmes. He goes off at number 21. He sports the number 21. He's had a great week so far, 120 mile an hour lap. Boydie.
John McGuinness is through Griever and he's being caught by Dean Harrison on the road already. Harrison no more than a couple of seconds behind him as they run into Ballacrane. In fact, Harrison is with him at Ballacrane. Harrison right on his tail as they flick through the right-hander at Ballacrane and head up towards Ballasper. He's not making a move. It's dodgy to make a move up through Ballasper and on through out to wait until he gets a little bit down the road maybe before we flick back to other riders. But yeah, he's still behind him here at the Lake Bridge. Is Harrison right behind McGuinness? This will be holding him up a little bit. He's made a sensational start, Harrison. Now he goes up the inside on the run down in towards Laurel Bank 1. I think it is. Yes, he's got him there now. So Harrison already leads on the road in this Monster Energy Supersport Race 1.
Yeah, number 2 on the Dow Racing Kawasaki, of course. He had a bit of a lonely race here over the 6 laps. And look how much he's streaking away from McGuinness on the road already then. So the first rider that you will see now out there is Dean Harrison, number 2.
We'll get those first times at Glen Helen very, very shortly, but no doubt Harrison was held up there by McGuinness on that run. He caught him by Balacrane and was sat behind him until they got to Laurel Bank, so no doubt that will have held him up, so we won't necessarily get a true reflection of Harrison's pace, but he's looking very, very slick here.
He's through Glen Helen. Is Dean Harrison number 2 then, and 11 seconds behind. That's how much he's taken out of John McGuinness then, passing him on the road. Lee Johnston, though, is the fastest through that. Just a 10th clear on Dean Harrison. Lee Johnston, who was looking so good in the Superbikes here on Saturday until it all went wrong. Is he in line for another TT win in Supersport level?
We've got to wait for Michael Dunlop, Peter Hickman, so many other riders to flash through. Ian Hutchinson slots into 3rd place on that Russell Yamaha, I think it is, that he's on. So we just must wait now for Michael Dunlop, who should be next, because James Hillier's there as well.
Oh, he's there, and he's almost half a second up. Michael Dunlop through Glen Helen, 0.490 up on Lee Johnston, and then Dean Harrison's a further 10th behind. What about Peter Hickman? We wait for him now. The likes of Todd and Cummins. We have to keep an eye on the Padgetts boys, because we know how fast they can be.
Even Jamie Coward, we really won't get a settled leaderboard until we've got probably the top 15 or so riders through, because there's so many guys in contention in this race. Dunlop, though, does show at the top as we await the arrival of Peter Hickman. He should be next into Glen Helen.
Michael Dunlop from Lee Johnston, Harrison 3rd, James Hillier 4th. This is through Glen Helen. Davey Todd slips into 6th place.
As Peter Hickman arrives and moves into 4th place for Hickman. He had that clear ground in front of him, so he's not had any traffic to contend with on the run out as far as Glen Helen, because Davo Johnson didn't start, so he had a clear 20-second gap in front of him, and he slots into 4th place.
The top 4, Michael Dunlop, Lee Johnston, Dean Harrison and Peter Hickman, all within a couple of seconds of each other then through Glen Helen. Number 6, Dunlop it is that leads. Coward has just gone through. He slots into 8th. Quick run down to the top 10 then after Glen Helen. It's Michael Dunlop, almost half a second up on Lee Johnston. Dean Harrison a 10th behind him. Hickman 7/10 behind Harrison. Hillier 1.8 seconds behind Hickman. In 6th is Connor Cummins. He's a couple of seconds down on Hillier. Davey Todd, his teammate, is 7th. Coward is in 8th. Hutchinson is in 9th. Gary Johnson in 10th.
In terms of pace, it's just a little bit slower, fractionally slower, maybe 1.5 seconds slower than Michael Dunlop's fastest practice lap pace out to Glen Helen. On Thursday, he was there in 4 minutes 29 flat. Today, he's there in 4:30.9.
Credit to James Hines. His debut TT. We've seen him, of course, at the Manx before. He's just gone in behind Gary Johnson, but ahead of John McGuinness and Michael Sweeney. Mike Brown has gone through Glen Helen now as well, sporting number 15. He's gone into 16. Paul Jordan, though, has just moved up a couple of places, and Dom Herbertson is now up into 10th place through Glen Helen.
As we watch now as the riders are through Kirkmichael, they're heading up and through Kirkmichael, through the streets there. The sound will be reverberating off the buildings. It gives the riders a real sensation. It gives the spectators a heck of a sensation as well, as we still have riders leaving away here from the grandstand in what is, I think, the biggest field of the week.
Yeah, we've still got, there's a good 15, maybe 20 riders that are still yet to leave the grandstand here as we now look at Dean Harrison. He's gone through Balaf. He's over the bridge. Neatly done there from Dean Harrison as well on that Dow Racing Kawasaki. It was only a couple of seconds between them in Glen Helen. Lee Johnston is now 2/10 behind Dean Harrison. So Harrison's had a good sector there from Glen Helen to Balaf. Harrison, Johnston, McGuinness are through Balaf.
We wait for Michael Dunlop, our race leader, to arrive at the Balaf Bridge on lap 1. Of course, pit stops coming up at the end of this lap, compulsory end of lap 1 pit stops. So it'll all be played out there as we see James Hillier has got past Ian Hutchinson on the road right on Balaf Bridge. Hillier overhauled Hutchinson.
Oh, that was beautiful from Hillier as well over the bridge there. Fantastic. This could be one of the biggest chances for Hillier to get a podium here this week. So let's get them through. Dunlop leads at Balaf. He's 1.4 seconds up on Dean Harrison. Lee Johnston is 3rd, Hillier 4th, Ian Hutchinson 5th, McGuinness in 6th. Remember, Michael Dunlop with a win here today. It would be his 20th TT race victory.
2 purple sectors. He's been fastest to Glen Helen, fastest again out to Balaf. So Dunlop leads by 1.4 seconds from Harrison. Then Lee Johnston has now Harrison's overhauled Lee Johnston for 2nd there. So a position change there. Harrison now up to 2nd from Johnson. Then Peter Hickman in 4th is just 1.4 just 1 second down on Johnson, then Hillier and Davy Todd.
So Peter Hickman just ahead of James Hillier and Todd. Todd then 6th place, 6.6 seconds down on Hillier. Coming through now is Connor Cummins. He's just gone into 6th. He's 4.2 seconds down on Hillier. But the battle looks at the moment in these early stages like it's between Dunlop, Harrison, Johnston and Hickman. Remember, we've still got the mountain section to come. Where does Jamie Coward slot in? He's just gone through Balaf. He's 4/10 down on Davy Todd. He moves into 8th.
So we're looking at about 5 seconds covering the top 4 here at Balaf on the opening lap. Next sector we will get, obviously, will be the Ramsey Hairpin, so we'll look out for that next as they make their way. We're zooming in on some riders on the run down. Whereabouts is that now? Down to Balaf, actually. Yeah, we're seeing riders.
That's James Hyde.
Michael Sweeney and James Hyde making their way out through Balaf, but the lead of the race now is heading towards Ramsey, and it is Dunlop that leads by 1.4 seconds. Lee Johnston 0.2 of a second down on Harrison. Peter Hickman a second down on Johnston. Then Hillier 1.7 seconds down on Hickman in 5th. Connor Cummins 6th. Davy Todd 7th. Jamie Coward 8th. Ian Hutchinson and Dom Herbertson rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, just below those guys through Glen Helen, because we've got them all through. Johnson was 11th. De Koppel was in 12th ahead of James Hyde. It is Paul Jordan in 14th. McGuinness 15th. Evans 16th, Craig Neve 17th, Joe Lachlan 18th ahead of Rob Hodson, Michael Sweeney, Pierre-Yves Bian, Mike Brown 22nd, Sean Anderson 23rd, Nathan Harrison, of course, debut TT week for him, 24th ahead of McCormack and Phil Crow.
Very, very close, but we know Harrison leads on the road and did very early into this lap, so he's got the same position as Saturday where he is out front and riding his own race and others have traffic to contend with.
Through Ramsey Hairpin then, just any second now you'll see him rounding it. Here he is, number 2, getting a big round of applause from the fans. Dean Harrison comes through. He's got 1.2 seconds advantage over Lee Johnston, who follows him up now towards the slow Hairpin.
It's Michael Dunlop we're waiting for now at Ramsey. We've had Harrison and Johnston through. We need to wait for our race leader, Michael Dunlop, to arrive at Ramsey Hairpin.
He's going to be through any second now, Michael Dunlop. Number 6, of course, we've got James Hillier, who's ahead of Hutchie on the road as well. They'll be coming through very, very quickly. They'll be chasing down these guys, and they are. And Michael Dunlop then has increased his advantage at Ramsey Boydie. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Harrison. Lee Johnston is 3rd.
There's a gaggle. He's at the front. He's overhauled both Hillier and Hutchinson into Ramsey Hairpin. So Dunlop, Hillier, Hutchinson, all together on the road as they head up towards Waterworks.
Yeah, the 3 of them together, number 6, number 5, number 4. Eyes here on our screens anyway. At number 22, that's Phil Crow. 600's not one of his specialties, shall we say. He's just gone over Balaf. It's Michael Dunlop, 2.5 seconds clear at Ramsey of Dean Harrison. Lee Johnston, 1.2 down on Harrison. Hillier's in 4th. Todd is in 5th. Hutchie 6th. And then Johnson and McGuinness.
And looking at the times, it is a 127 mile an hour type lap that they are on at the moment for Michael Dunlop from the start of this race.
Davy Todd's just going round the Ramsey Hairpin on his way to the Waterworks now, and just following him as we speak is Peter Hickman, who goes through Ramsey in 4th place. He's 9/10 down on Johnston.
So the revised leaderboard then at Ramsey. Dunlop leads now by 2.5 seconds from Dean Harrison, 1.2 seconds back from Harrison to Lee Johnston in 3rd. Peter Hickman then just a second back on Johnston in 4th. James Hillier a further 5.6 seconds back in 5th. Then Connor Cummins in 6th, just 1.9 seconds down on Hillier. Jamie Coward in 7th. Davy Todd 8th. Ian Hutchinson 9th. And rounding out the top 10 at the moment is Gary Johnson, but we know Dominic Herbertson is still to come.
Joining us here in the commentary box, former TT0 winner here at the TT, Mark Miller. Mark, this was always looking like the one class that was hard to call.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of guys that could kind of come out of surprise because they've been spending all their time on their big bikes. And there's some specialists in this, and there's also some surprises, like some of the taller guys can actually do really well on these smaller 600s.
Yeah, Connor Cummins is one of those in particular, of course, the Manxman. He went through Ramsey Hairpin in 6th place. The Padgett's team will be hoping that both of their boys finish here today. So Michael Dunlop was 2.5 seconds clear at Ramsey. Next up, of course, will be the bungalow for Dean Harrison, who's first on the road at present.
As we get Dominic Herbertson into Ramsey Hairpin, so we'll just see if he manages to hold on to that top 10 place. Doesn't look like he does. He might have just slipped. James Hind moves into the top 10 now, right in 10th place. Fantastic opening ride by James Hind in his first TT.
Let's go down to Kinners. You've got the speed trap times down there.
Yeah, can we get to the speed trap at Sulby? Michael Dunlop, 169.2. Dean Harrison, 168.9. 167.8 for Connor Cummins and 167.3 for Lee Johnson as you go through Sulby. But they're on Ramsey on the way up to the bungalow. Steve?
Yeah, they are at bungalow. Well, Dean Harrison is anyway. First on the road, number 2 on his Dow Racing, Kawasaki. Now it's all eyes on the rest. There really are maybe 4 or 5 riders here that are in contention. Dean Harrison, though, has stretched his advantage on Lee Johnston for the time being. He's 2.5 seconds up on the Ashcourt Yamaha rider who's just made it through the bungalow himself.
Yeah, he's added 0.4 of a second there to that advantage over Johnson on the climb of the mountain for the first time. We await the arrival, obviously, of Michael Dunlop, our race leader. Is he pulling away from the 2 that he's right with, or are they closing on him?
No, he's still leading, but the gap has just been cut down slightly by Dean Harrison, in credit to number 2. Michael Dunlop's at the bungalow then, 1.8 seconds clear of Dean Harrison, with Johnston in 3rd. Hillier's 6.4 seconds off Lee Johnston. We've still got Todd, Cummins, Hickman to come as well. So we'll just keep our eyes on the bungalow times any second. Of course, we know how strong Peter Hickman is on the mountain. So we'll just get those guys through and we'll have a good idea of what our top 6 to 8 leaderboard looks like. Dunlop it is, though, that leads Boydie.
Yeah, he's on a 1:27.2 pace, but he will obviously be slowing down to come into the pits. But it's an impressive start. In 2019, Lee Johnston's opening lap was 126. Okay, the weather conditions weren't as favourable in 2019, but we are a full mile an hour and more higher than that on this standing start lap this year.
Hickman has gone through the bungalow. He's a second down on Lee Johnston.
Dunlop has passed McGuinness on the road now, so maybe that was just what cost him that little bit on the run up the mountain. He's caught McGuinness, but he's passed him now as he heads out towards Kettlegate by the looks of it on that faster bit of the run down the mountain. He's definitely clear of McGuinness.
It's close here, Mark, but of course we've got a crucial pit stop coming up here on this lap, which is worth remembering.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's any time lost or made up in this first pit stop, because there's no real tire changing, of course. It's just a matter of adding the fuel. So there might have been a tiny bit of strategy of, well, how much did we need to get through the first lap? It was kind of an unknown because you don't want to go with a full tank. You don't need to carry the extra weight.
Michael Dunlop, James Hillier, and John McGuinness are over at Craig right now. Yeah, so you Hillier can give them a good wave.
Hillier is sticking with Dunlop. Hillier is right behind Dunlop. Then there's a bit of a gap back to McGuinness and a gap further back to Ian Hutchinson. Now, Ian Hutchinson has just slipped off the pace of Dunlop and Hillier. Hillier is doing his best to take a toe from Michael Dunlop.
The first 2 riders are through Cronknamona, which means that we will not be waiting long for them to come into pit lane, where we will, of course, hand down to Chris Kinley. Dean Harrison has gone through Cronknamona, 2.7 seconds clear of Lee Johnston. You'll hear the siren any second as they make their way down Glen Crutchery Road for their first mandatory pit stop. And it won't be long before we see Dunlop flashing through Cronknamona as well. He's at 1.5 seconds up again. He's just lost a couple of tenths there. This is going to be absolutely crucial. Those of you in the grandstand here at the TT, eyes right. The Dow Racing Kawasaki machine is now entering pit lane. Let's go down to you, Chris Kinley.
Yeah, the gaps at Cronknamona. Michael Dunlop 1.5 back to Dean Harrison, and it's 2.7 and it's 6.7. Then back to James Hillier as Dean Harrison, the first one in the white background with the blue numbers on the Dow Kawasaki. He goes through. Dean Harrison 126.54 for Dean on that lap. And here's number 3, Lee Johnson. Lee's about a third of the way down on your left hand side as you look at the grandstand. Michael Dunlop just waiting for him. That lead has come down though as the lap has progressed. From Ramsey it was 2.4, went down. Just a quick pit stop there for Dean and his team. In and out pretty well. Next man on the road should be Michael Dunlop. So listen out, guys, because Michael Dunlop is going to be at the far end of the pits, and he bounces the R6 in past the old stop box. And here comes Michael Dunlop on the number 6. And he's right at the far end. You see the guy in the red overalls. Michael Dunlop stops now. The gap at 3.2. So that's gone up from Cronknamona, 1.5 to 3.2. He's got 2.8 seconds on there, and the lap speed 17 minutes, 0.50.365, 126.92 miles an hour as James Hillier goes out on the Rich Energy R6 and hits the rev limiter off and fires down the top of Bray Hill under the bridge. Well, the bridge that's there, the number 4. Michael's in and out. That was a quick stop by the Michael Dunlop team there. That's Ian Hutchinson out. You hear the klaxon going once more. Number 1, John McGuinness, his 101st TT start, and he goes down there, but here's Hickman in. Hickman slots in the 4th at the moment, so as he went across the line, Dunlop 6 leads Harrison by 3.203 seconds. Davey Todd and also Gary Johnson in. Then Lee Johnson 1.5 back of Dean Harrison. Peter Hickman 2.1 back in 4th position. James Hillier 4.5 back in 5th, and Davey Todd 18.1 back. That's as he come into the pit stop, but of course, with the pit stop times, that will obviously have to change. Looking at the pit stops, Michael Dunlop, 33.914. Dean Harrison, 34.6. Lee Johnson, 42.9. James Hillier's team, 27.946 seconds. So keep an eye on Hillier. He's got a few seconds back there. In fact, he was 15 seconds quicker than Lee Johnson's team, so that's a lot of time for Hillier's team there. Ian Hutchinson 33.4, John McGuinness 40.12. Gary Johnson at the bottom of pit lane's got a problem with the Triumph. Gets it sorted. You hear the triple fire up. He stays outside that white line as number 12, Jamie Coward, comes in for his mandatory pit stop after lap 1. Remember, they can't do 3 on this, so Gary in and out of the pits, and there goes. Well, there's a rag flow on the side. I've seen that so many times. They do just leave the rag on the top of the petrol tank. But here's James Hind through the number 14 machine. He's now got ahead of Mick O'Sweeney on the road. Young James Hind is going well. Let's get the positions from Steve Day.
Yeah, thank you very much. Derek Shields has retired at Casey's, number 21. So it was Michael Dunlop then, who was 3.2 up at Dean Harrison. But the first sector is going to be key when we get through to see who's won and lost time. Hillier's pit stop was so good. Unfortunately, there was trouble for Lee Johnston, not the pit stop they wanted. Problems we saw there for Gaz Johnson. Michael Dunlop had a job getting the bike stopped just to come into pit lane.
He was carrying the full speed in, we think, on the pit stops out. Michael Dunlop now leads by 3.9 seconds over Dean Harrison. He took 0.7 of a second out of him in the pits. Peter Hickman will then move up to 3rd, 4 seconds down on Harrison. Then it will be James Hillier in 5th, I think. Yeah, sensational pit stop time by Hillier. He will be right up on Peter Hickman's tails. Lee Johnson dropping down the order. He lost 8.3 seconds in that pit stop.
At no stage in the qualifying week, Mark, had riders done 3 consecutive laps on these tyres. What do you think that will that play a big part on the final lap at all, do you think?
I think it plays a big part in us not knowing exactly how this is going to play out. You know, it's a mystery novel at the moment. We're looking to see how it's going to end, but there's a lot of factors that'll be coming into play that's new for us, and it's going to be exciting to see who also can wick it up in the second and the last lap here. It's an unknown completely.
Kinners, let's go back down to you while we wait for the guys to come through. Glenn Helen.
15th place, Craig Neve, number 20 at the moment. He is 120.71 for him. Paul Jordan's going to have a pit lane speeding penalty. Not sure what the time of that will be just yet. As Craig Neve goes, number 22 is in Big Phil. Where's Phil at the moment into the pits? 19th position for Phil, 119.32. And then Brian McCormack, Big Brian, heading out on his 765 Triumph. Where's Brian at the moment? In about 20th position. 2 more riders for their pit stop. It's number 25 and it's number 26. They're both in. That's Indy de Koppel and Rob Hodson. Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're just waiting then for the first rider to come through, Glen Helen. It will be on the road. Dean Harrison, number 2, Boydie.
Just give you some of those lap 1 times. Michael Dunlop on the Yamaha, 17 minutes 53.368, 126.544. So that's Dean Harrison. Michael Dunlop, 126.922, 1750.165. Then Peter Hickman, 126.113. James Hillier, 125.582. Lee Johnson, 126.366.
Dean Harrison is through, Glen Helen, and so is Lee Johnston. That was so costly in pit lane for Johnston on the Ashcourt Yamaha. 14.6 seconds down on Dean Harrison. We wait now with bated breath for number 6, Michael Dunlop. See what sort of advantage that he has got. He's behind James Hillier on the road, but Dunlop is at 1.5 seconds clear of Dean Harrison.
Yeah, but he's going for a move up the inside into Sarah's Cottage, and Dunlop does it up the inside of Hillier into Sarah's Cottage. Not a blatant one to be overtaken, but he's got him through there. So Hillier now has to trail Dunlop. Dunlop now tries to make more ground on Harrison. He gets some clear road for a moment, Mark. He hasn't really had that all race so far.
Yeah, we can really see him pull the trigger now, and he's going to just put the very best forward. And he's just going to keep getting lighter and lighter as we go, and we're going to keep getting faster and faster. And it looks like, we have a real race on our hand. It's only 1.5 seconds between the top two.
Yeah, this is a proper race here. Michael Dunlop, it is that leads from Dean Harrison, 1.5 seconds in it. We wait for the likes of Hickman and Todd to come through. Hickman has just gone through. He's made up time, number 10. He's up into third ahead of James Hillier. Johnston then is pushed down to fourth. Hutchinson 6th, John McGuinness 7th. What about the Paget's boys? They'll be coming through Glen Helen shortly as well. Davy Todd does. He's 7th. He's just a 10th behind Hutchie.
We wait now for Connor Cummins to see just how much that pit stop has cost Lee Johnston. It really was a struggle, that pit stop, 42.9. The top boys were doing it in 33 seconds for Dunlop, 34 for Harrison, and that 28-second stop for Hillier.
Cummins went into Glen Helen in 6th place overall. So, grandstand to Glen Helen, 1.5 seconds splitting the top two.
This is a race. This is exactly what we wanted to see. It's what Supersport racing is all about. It's designed to be close. Dunlop then leads Harrison just that 1.5 seconds. It's then 6.3 seconds back to Hickman, who moves up to third. Hillier 1.8 seconds back on Hickman in fourth. Lee Johnston in fifth, 6.3 seconds back on Hillier. Connor Cummins 4.1 seconds down on Johnston in sixth. And the rest of the top 10, Coward, Hutchinson, Todd and Gary Johnson.
Davey Morgan's just come into pit lane. A couple more riders just to bring to your attention through the grandstand. We mentioned the top 10. 11th is Johnson at the grandstand. Hind was 12th. De Koppel 13th. Sweeney 14th. Mike Brown 15th. Craig Neve 16th. Rob Hodson 17th ahead of Michael Evans and John McGuinness. Sean Anderson was 20th ahead of Nathan Harrison. Paul Jordan, we know, was speeding in pit lane. There's a penalty coming his way. Pierre-Yves Bian was 23rd. Crow 24th. So the top 10 riders through Glen Helen and a few more besides.
How frustrated are you, Mark, if you're Lee Johnston? You know that you're the race winner from 2019 and you've just dropped 8 seconds in a pit stop.
Yeah, I don't think it's going exactly to plan. I'm sure that he would much be rather being right there in the cutting edge. I don't know why this is the case. Do you guys?
No.
Has there been any kind of rumors going around or exactly why he might be just, kind of off the pace on this one?
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Johnston, the time lost in pit lane. Let's see how he goes. He's now coming into Balaf, number 3, Lee Johnston, on that blue, white and yellow ash court Yamaha R6. That was more than tidy through there, but he's 18.8 seconds down on the Dow Racing Kawasaki. Oh, it's close. It's close. Dunlop is through Balaf. It's now down to 9/10 of a second, the gap between Dunlop and Dean Harrison. James Hillier slots into third ahead of Johnston.
Harrison will be getting those signals. It's cut again, less than a second. This is a real race now. Hillier is still sticking right with Dunlop and taking that toe. It's brought him up to third whilst we wait for Peter Hickman, who is held third at Glen Helen. We'll wait for Hickman and slot him in. But Hillier is definitely getting an advantage by being sat behind Michael Dunlop.
Ian Hutchinson's over Balaf and he's gone into 5th place. What about Peter Hickman? Has he found any more time? John McGuinness is on the approach now, number 1. He was in 19th place at the grandstand, McGuinness. The big bikes is where we'll see him do his business. He was 5th in his 100 TT race here on Saturday. Here comes Peter Hickman. He's gone up into third again then. Oh, that's close as well between Hickman and Hillier at the moment. Just 2/10 covering Peter Hickman, number 10, and number 5, James Hillier.
Yes, so Dunlop needs Harrison at Balaf lap 2 by 9/10 of a second. It's then 9.3 seconds back to Hickman in third, who is just 2/10 of a second ahead of Hillier. Lee Johnston is then 9.3 seconds down on Hillier in fifth. Connor Cummins now slots into sixth, 4 seconds down on Lee Johnston. None of these gaps are very big at all, are they, Mark?
No, they're not. I'm kind of curious if we're going to see Mr. Harrison, Michael Dunlop catch Ian Hutchinson on the track.
Yeah, well, it's quite possible, isn't it? Michael Dunlop then. Let's see how we get on. Dunlop at the moment just going so well, but it is so close. Dean Harrison has done a lot of solo riding here from Saturday in the Superbike race, here in the Supersport as well. Still bikes coming into pit lane as well. There's no change at the grandstand inside the top 10. Doesn't look like there's any changes inside the top 15 at the moment. Rob Hodson, though, has gone into 15th place, number 25. I can tell you that John McGuinness then is pushed down to 20th.
Harrison just slightly quicker of our front two down the Sulby Straight on lap 2, 169.25 miles an hour for Harrison, 169.0 for Michael Dunlop. So just a slight advantage to Harrison. Can he keep closing this gap?
Remember, there's no more pit stops here in the Supersport race. This has been cut to a 3-lap race. They won't come in again. It's now a race to the line. Not on this lap, of course. They'll have one more after. We are on lap 2 of 3 here on the island. And through Balaf, there was just 9/10 of a second between Dunlop and Dean Harrison.
And even with a fuller tank of fuel, Harrison is really on the charge here. He set the fastest sector time of the race, Glen Helen to Balaf, even coming out of a fuel halt.
Just remember, back in 2018, both Dean and Michael Dunlop picked up Supersport wins. That was hot into the Ramsey hairpin, but in the end, he tidied it up, Mark, for Dean Harrison.
Yeah, I think he's feeling good. He's actually on a nice pace, and he's like backing it into the Ramsey hairpin, and I think he's just feeling very, very good.
I believe there was a rider that's just come straight past us here and not come into the pits, perhaps forgetting that they've got a pit stop and have just flown down towards Bray Hill. So we'll try and get an update as to who that is as and when. Lee Johnston's through Ramsey now as well. Number 3, here he comes up towards the hairpin. Michael Dunlop has increased his gap again. He's just bought himself another couple of tenths. It's still very, very close, but it's 1.3 seconds his advantage as he now rounds Ramsey hairpin himself. Let's see a replay here of Dean Harrison. This is just the replay mark of him getting it a bit hot, but in the end, he made it well.
I think he's actually doing it kind of on purpose. That doesn't look like a big mistake to me. That looks like he's kind of having fun.
Certainly is having fun at the moment, and he's keeping Michael Dunlop very honest indeed. Dean Harrison, of course, in pursuit of his 4th TT win, the 33-year-old from Bradford. I remind you, Dunlop looking for number 20.
So we wait then. Ian Hutchinson is the next man into the hairpin, and we're just waiting obviously to get these, because there's so many close battles all the way down the leaderboard. We need to get some of these riders in. Peter Hickman is obviously the big name rider we're waiting for to arrive. He slipped behind Hillier at Ramsey hairpin. Hillier moves up to 3rd overall by 1.2 seconds from Hickman. Dunlop leads Harrison 1.3 seconds. Hillier then 1.2 seconds ahead of Hickman, and Hillier is 10.7 down on Harrison. So lead change in the podium places.
John McGuinness there just looked over his shoulder, saw Peter Hickman on his Triumph 765 mark, and just said, off you go.
Yeah, man, he's just saying, you've got this, you're in this race, I'm going to get out of your way, and good luck to you.
Davey Todd has just come round the Ramsey hairpin at the moment. He's in 7th place, so there's a change then in 3rd. James Hillier now 1.2 seconds up on Peter Hickman. Connor Cummins is 4.5 seconds down on Lee Johnston. Lee Johnston in 5th, Cummins 6th. Jamie Coward is then in 7th place, number 12, 6.9 off Connor Cummins, with Todd in 8th, Hutchie in 9th, Gary Johnson in 10th place.
Yeah, we've just seen a replay of McGuinness moving over to the left-hand side of the road as they headed up towards Waterworks to let Peter Hickman go. He knows Peter Hickman's in a race. John McGuinness isn't particularly in this one. He's down and around sort of the top 20 type places. We can see, though, Michael Dunlop heading out along the mountain mile, which is in no way a straight piece of road. It continues to work its way right, and then into a big left-hander at the East Mountain Gate. So Michael Dunlop continuing just to work his way. We can see actually that he looks like he can see Harrison on the road ahead of him potentially. You can certainly see a rider on the road ahead. It must be Harrison, I think.
Yeah, I think it must be. So we'll keep track of that when they get to the bungalow. Further down the order, Michael Evans was 19th ahead of Craig Neve. Nathan Harrison 21st, McCormack 22nd, then Pierre-Yves Bian. A couple of different changes. Then Whedon is having a good race. Joey Thompson, Phil Crow, Sean Anderson, Xavier Denise, Matt Stevenson, who did excellently at the Superbike on Saturday, and Chris Serbora.
James Hyde arrives into the hairpin. He's overhauled Michael Sweeney on the road now as well. Ramsey lap 2, those two going through together, Hyde and Sweeney.
We wait now for Michael Dunlop to come through the bungalow. Dean Harrison's already gone through. What's the gap going to be here on lap 2 of 3 in the Monster Energy Supersport TT Race 1? We're waiting. Any second now, it is going to flash up on our screens. Can Dean Harrison keep him in check? Lee Johnston, is the second one. We're getting too excited, getting ahead of ourselves. And Dunlop has gone through. It's 1.3. It's the same gap, Boydie, as it was through the Ramsey hairpin, but it's still so close.
So it is Lee Johnston that Michael Dunlop is catching on the road. He will need to get past him ASAP. There is 1.3 seconds between Dunlop and Harrison. He cannot afford to get held up behind Lee Johnston at all.
So the top 4 riders on the road are through the bungalow. Dunlop, Harrison, Hillier, Lee Johnston is the order in terms of their times. We now wait, of course, for the rest of the field. Can Peter Hickman maybe challenge Hillier again for 3rd place? Last time round at Ramsey Hairpin through that sector, Hickman was 1.2 seconds down on Hillier.
And I guess, Mark, this is a really simple race. You don't have to play any mind games as a rider. You're getting board showing +1 or -1. You simply just have to give it everything.
Yeah, you're going to give it everything. We've got 2 awesome different races going on, one for first and one for the last spot on the podium. So this is going to be hard fought between those 2 groups for sure.
We're just waiting to see Hickman. Yeah, there we go. So that's 1.7 seconds it is between Hillier and Hickman now. That's gone out from 1.2 at Ramsey Hairpin. So Dunlop leads by 1.3 seconds from Dean Harrison at the bungalow on lap 2. Then it's 14.1 seconds back to Hillier in 3rd. Hickman is 4th, just 1.7 seconds down on Hillier. Then Lee Johnston 10 seconds down on Hickman in 5th. Connor Cummins in 6th. 6.8 seconds down on Johnston. Then we wait for Jamie Coward. He was 7th at the Hairpin. At the moment, shown as 7th at the bungalow is Davey Todd, then Ian Hutchinson, and then John McGuinness of the riders through the bungalow.
Number 62, Masayuki Yamanaka, will get a black flag next time coming through for not taking that mandatory pit stop and going straight through. Dean Harrison is through Cronk Nimona. So just under a minute until he flashes past and flies by us on Glen Crutchery Road and down towards Bray Hill. This is where we can start to get an idea, of course, of where we're at a little bit clearer. There'll just be one more lap, 37.73 miles to do for Harrison. We've got our eyes on Michael Dunlop at the moment.
He runs through Craig Nabar and he's pushing right out to the edge of the road. My, he's over the white line. He is using every inch of the tarmac here, Mark.
He likes to do this. I think he loves to put on a show for the fans. He enjoys it in his own head, and I just think he's got the bit between his teeth now.
You'll be able to hear now, heading down Glen Crutchery Road. Here comes Dean Harrison then. He's about to come across the line at the grandstands. So, Dean Harrison, it was 7/10 in it between Dunlop and Harrison at Cronk Nimona. Closing in on Lee Johnston. You're going to see 2 bikes here in quick succession. Lee Johnston and Michael Dunlop are going to be coming past us here in the grandstand, and then we'll update you on the gap with just 1 lap to go of this first Supersport race in TT Week 2022.
We're waiting for Michael Dunlop to arrive here. Dunlop from Harrison,
Here they
Hillier
come.
and Johnston.
They're side by side on the road. Oh, look at that, Dunlop and Johnston. That's unbelievable. Side by side as they now go drop down. And Michael Dunlop is 1.1 clear of Dean Harrison, Mark.
Oh, man, that was awesome. Gosh, we're up here in the tower. It's the first time I've ever been able to be up here in the tower for this thing. And wow, what a vantage point. Those guys went by side. And what are they doing? What is the trap speed at the front straightaway, does it say?
We'll have a look for those. Just a quick update. It was 61 Goetshi that has got the black flag, not Yamanaka. Apologies for that. We just got the wrong number there. Dunlop, then it is across the line. 1.1 clear of Dean Harrison. James Hillier at the moment slots into 3rd place. 18.3 seconds down he is on Dean Harrison. Peter Hickman, of course, in that podium battle with Hillier. Johnston at the moment 4th. Boydie.
160 miles an hour, Mark. Michael Dunlop was coming past the grandstand here and it did look as he went out of shot like he'd got past Hillier just on the run into St Ninians.
That's going to bring a toe there for Johnston now that he's got a little bit of a carrot with Michael Dunlop. And you're going to see him actually probably up his pace just a little bit.
Peter Hickman's just gone past us. He's a 10th down on James Hillier. We've got 2 big battles going on here. It's between Dunlop and Harrison at the moment for P1, and Hillier and Hickman then split by a 10th in the favour of James Hillier, who's looking for his first podium here at the TT 2022. Johnston is 5th. Hutchie is in 7th because Davey Todd has just crossed the line. In 6th, we look down. Here comes his teammate, Connor Cummins, number 11. He's now gone into 6th place, ahead of Davey Todd. Ian Hutchinson is 8th. John McGuinness in 9th.
basically have a one-lap shootout in the Monster Energy Supersport Race TT1, a one-lap shootout between Dunlop and Harrison for the race victory, a one-lap shootout between Hillier and Hickman for the final podium spot. Oh, this has been fantastic.
Yep, cannot wait for the next time they come round Cronknamona, waiting to see who's got that advantage. Of course, we'll track them. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, and don't forget that Peter Hickman really does have, seems to have the pace over the mountain in these types of situations. He's actually sometimes calculating things that we don't realize. He knows exactly where he is at all times, and he might just do something special, to get himself on that last spot on the podium.
So just give you the revised leaderboard at the grandstand then at the end of lap 2. Michael Dunlop leading by 1.1 seconds from Dean Harrison. James Hillier 18.3 down on Harrison in third. Peter Hickman then fourth, 1/10 of a second down on James Hillier. Lee Johnston now 10.2 seconds behind Hickman in fifth. Connor Cummins then a further 10.1 seconds down on Johnston in sixth. Seventh, Jamie Coward. Eighth, Davey Todd. Ninth, Ian Hutchinson. 10th, Gary Johnson. 11th, John McGuinness of those riders through the grandstand.
Dean Harrison, of course, second last time out, just on the road here in front of us. James Hind, that is, who's just coming past us, and Michael Sweeney as well. Those guys just outside the top 10 at the moment. Herbertson has just gone into 10th place, 17.7 seconds clear of Hind. Paul Jordan, remember, he's got a penalty coming his way at the moment. He's 12th in terms of his outright lap speeds. John McGuinness 16th because Gary Johnson's just moved up a place ahead of him. Next up, of course, we'll be waiting for Dean Harrison to come through Glen Helen, and then we'll track the times. Is the gap going to come down again? Michael Dunlop then managed to find about half a second from the grandstand last time. Let's see how we're getting on.
Lee Johnston has closed this gap up between him and Michael Dunlop. He's got a toe now and he's sniffing his exhaust, and I don't think he's going to let him go to the end.
Okay, Dean Harrison is through Glen Helen. We'll wait now for Michael Dunlop. He'll be coming through. Kinners, your updates.
Yeah, just having a quick look at some of those split times as well. It's 0.5 at Glen Helen opening lap, then Balafra's 1.4, then up to 2.5 at Ramsey, then 1.8, 1.5. It stayed 1.5, 1.4, 1.5 all the way through Glen Helen. That's where they just seem to get it back on him. But Michael will pull the pin from Balafra to Ramsey. He loves those bumps, Steve.
He really does, and he's about to come through Glen Helen now. Let's see where we're at for Michael Dunlop. What is the gap between him and it is 1/10 of a second, 1400ths between Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison. 1400ths of a second.
It's absolutely amazing that it's such a large racetrack, and these bikes are so close together that they can actually remain this close after this much time.
Number 18 is retired at Ginger Hall. Michael Evans, that is, who has retired. Wow, what a race we have in our hands here in the Supersport then. In the battle for third, James Hillier at the moment has that advantage, but he'll be coming through Glen Helen any second. We'll keep track of that. The only four riders through Glen Helen at this stage, Dunlop, Harrison, Hillier and Lee Johnston.
Both Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison inside lap record schedule at Glen Helen. Michael Dunlop's lap record is a 4:20.8 to Glen Helen. Dean Harrison was there in 4:19.5, so 1.3 seconds quicker. Michael Dunlop there in 4:20.5, so 0.3 of a second quicker.
So Dunlop and Harrison have pulled 7 seconds on Hillier from the grandstand, and through Glen Helen, James Hillier has just dropped to fourth. Peter Hickman is up into third place. That is a big advantage that Hickman's taken there. He's now 2.5 seconds clear of Hillier.
But watch Johnston as well. Johnston is continuing to sit right in Michael Dunlop's slipstream. He's getting the toe. He's 5.2 seconds down on Hillier for that fourth place. That's definitely doable over this last lap, Mark.
Well, there's no more competitive soul. Also, talking about the podium spot than Peter Hickman in 2022. When he's got something to do, he's going to be able to get deep down and get the rest of that. He's already pulled it out on Hillier by 2.5 seconds in that last sector.
Yeah, so if Johnston could find 5 seconds on James Hillier himself, of course, then not that far behind Hickman. That could be a bit of late drama then for Lee Johnston on the Ashcourt Yamaha. We will try and keep track of those a little bit further down the order, but as you can imagine, when there's just a gap from the grandstand to Glen Helen on the final lap of the Supersport race, our eyes have to be pinned on what's going on here between Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison. What a race this has been to start the day.
Absolutely sensational stuff. What are they going to do over these final, 5 timing sector points that we have? We have timing sector points at Glen Helen, Ballath, Ramsey, the Bungalow, Crocknamona, and obviously back here at the grandstand. We wait for them to arrive at Ballath Bridge, not quite halfway around this 37.73 mile circuit. The halfway point is out at Sulby, just beyond Ballath, but it looks like Harrison is arriving into Ballath.
Here he comes then. He'll take some air here. Over he goes on that Dow Racing Kawasaki. That was pretty neat and tidy, Mark.
Yeah, he's definitely not looking to break a chain or do some kind of a silly thing and overshoot that jump. It can get, catch you out at times, but that was smooth and perfect, actually.
Michael Dunlop then on the ND Racing Yamaha. He'll be coming up to Ballath shortly. The gap then was 1.140 over Glen Helen. 140. That's what we're looking at just 14 hundredths of a second splitting them as we now wait for both Dunlop and Lee Johnston to come through. And here they are right now. And the gap is 3/10. It's still so close. 3/10 of a second. Michael Dunlop leads from Dean Harrison. Lee Johnston still in his wheel tracks there, though, Mark.
Yep. I think also it doesn't hurt sometimes to have somebody even behind you when you have when you get the feeling like you have an audience, like somebody to impress. You can ride a little bit better just from that.
And Johnston has cut that gap to Hillier as well. He's just 1.7 seconds off James Hillier at the moment.
And even if he loses that toe to Dunlop, so long as he can keep him in eyesight and just use him as a reference point, he will come all the time at Hillier. This is going to be a fascinating race. We've got Peter Hickman still to shuffle in there as well. They've just slipped outside lap record pace now at Ballath. Dean Harrison is the fastest man on track. His Ballath to Ballath time, 7 minutes 31.8. The lap record, 7:31.2. So he's 0.6 of a second now outside. And Michael Dunlop, a 7:32.7, a little bit further back again. Harrison, there is no doubt, is the fastest man on track. Michael Dunlop needs to get the signals and react.
What sort of miles per hour lap are we looking at there then, Boydie?
They're both on very near 1:29 pace. The lap record for the Supersport is 1:29.197. It's a hair's breadth away, and they're going to be pushing each other all the way to the end of this race.
We're going to see a grandstand finish at the grandstand, and we might even see a 130 mile an hour lap in the Supersport for the first time ever as well. Hickman is 3.9 seconds up on Hillier in the battle for third, 1.7 seconds then covering Hillier and Johnston. So that's just a handful of seconds between three riders in the final podium position as Davey Todd gets some proper air. Supermoto style then on the exit as well through Ballath. He's in 7th place at the moment, 20 seconds down on his teammate Connor Cummins.
As well as their own board locations, Mark, you'd imagine people will just be putting boards out to show them, given how close this race is. You get lots of information as you go around a lap here.
Yeah, you can also get a little bit of the feeling from the fans waving things at you. Like, if you're like in the lead or you're coming up, they'll root you on. But it'll be cool to see if the suspension changes slightly with this lighter fuel load. We haven't seen it yet. We got the final lap. Sometimes the bikes are a little bit quicker, like on the mountain mile, than others, and others handle better over the bumps. So it's still anybody's race.
There are 5 riders, but only 3 podium positions here at the grandstand. Who's going to be on that top step? I'm sure that Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison are going to get some ferocious support from the fans as we close in on the last lap here of this Supersport TT Race 1. Who's going to be on the final step as well? That's still all to play for. Hickman's so good on the mountain, isn't he? He's currently 3.9 clear of Hillier with Johnston in 5th. Looking further down, we've got Connor Cummins. Harrison's through Ramsey Hairpin, by the way. We'll keep our eyes on Michael Dunlop. Just below these guys then, Coward 7th, Todd 8th. This is at Ballath. Hutchian 9th, Gary Johnson 10th, John McGuinness at the moment 11th. But of course, we'll update you on the standings in a moment because right now we cannot take our eyes off the sector time at Ramsey.
We're waiting. We can see Harrison already up through the waterworks. He's heading up towards the gooseneck as we wait for Michael Dunlop. Harrison then, we can just see him making his way through waterworks too. He's off on his way up to the gooseneck and he will start the mountain climb proper. He's into the last 12 miles of this Supersport Race 1 as Michael Dunlop, using all of the road on the exit of Whitegates.
Yes, and he's managed to pull a good amount of time as well from Ballath to Ramsey. He's now 2.6 seconds clear, and you can see as he rounds Ramsey Hairpin as well, he's just broken slightly away from Johnston on the road, Mark.
You can see full commitment on the monitors from Michael Dunlop. There's nothing left. He's giving it all, and doesn't he always? That's why we love him.
Absolutely right. 20 TT wins potentially coming here for Michael Dunlop. Hillier's now just about to come around Ramsey Hairpin as well. Is there a podium on offer for number 5, the Rich Energy OMG Racing Yamaha? He's just 9/10 of a second down now on Johnston. So on the road, Lee Johnston has managed to make that gap up. He's now ahead of James Hillier. So it's all eyes on Peter Hickman.
We wait for Hickman. Dunlop leads Harrison by 2.6 at Ballaugh. Hickman was in third, 24.6 seconds back on Harrison and just ahead of Hillier and Johnson. We know Hillier and Johnson have already swapped places. It's Hickman we await for to see how this podium battle is going to play out. There was literally 5.5 seconds between Hickman, Hillier and Johnston into Ballaugh. Hickman arrives. He's 4.6 ahead of Johnston and just 9/10 of a second back to Hillier. All to play for both the race win and the final podium spot.
The Triumph 765 of Hickman then rounds Ramsey Hairpin. Now coming up to one of his favourite parts of the circuit, certainly after we get past the waterworks. Ian Hutchinson's 3, Ramsey now as well. He's in 6. Over at Ballaugh, Dom Herbertson managed to get himself up into 10th place on the Cowton Racing Yamaha. He's in 6. He's number 16 ahead of Paul Jordan. Penalty to come for him. Hind through Ballaugh was 12th ahead of Sweeney, Brown, Gary Johnson, John McGuinness and Craig Neve.
This is pull the pin time, Mark, isn't it? Nothing left.
There's nothing left, and having something to fight for is also going to help that 130 barrier possibly get broken right in front of our eyes and ears. This could be a very historic lap just in that ride as well.
We're just monitoring Dean Harrison and Michael Dunlop. They are both on around about 129 pace to the Ramsey Hairpin. Harrison just slightly ahead of Dunlop in terms of the lap pace. Ramsey Hairpin to Ramsey Hairpin. It's a 17-minute 32 for Harrison, 129.016.
So through the bungalow is next what we're waiting for at the moment. A bit of mist and cloud over on the mountain at this particular moment in time. Harrison, number 2, and his Dow Racing Kawasaki will be there any second now. Then we'll wait for Michael Dunlop and see if he can maintain that 2.6 second gap overall. Through the bungalow, then our eyes are on Dean Harrison. He goes through. Next up will be Michael Dunlop. So here in the grandstand, of course, we've just got Cronknamona, and then they'll come over here as well. There's still so much time, though, from this point at the bungalow to be made up and potentially lost as well, Mark.
There's a lot of racing left. You think, oh, well, I might have won this thing. You cannot stop. Even when you get past Craig Nabai, you still got to do Brandish and Hilbury and all these other things that are quite difficult, and you can make some mistakes for sure. Connor
Cummins is just making his way up towards Ramsey. He's in 7th place. He's behind Jamie Coward, who looks like he's on for another top 6. Michael Dunlop then 3.4 seconds up at the bungalow on Dean Harrison. The gap then has just extended slightly, 3.4. It sounds like a lot, but around this part of the course, it is not a lot at all. That could still be made up in the final 2 sectors. Lee Johnston, Boydie. Lee Johnston has just gone into 3rd. It's now going to be crucial to see who's leading this battle. Can Johnston cut into the gap of Peter Hickman in the fight for 3rd place?
And James Hillier still in that mix as well. Hillier arrives now. He slipped to 4.0 seconds down behind Johnson. Yeah, so it's between Hickman and Johnson, you'd imagine, for 3rd. We await for Hickman to arrive. The pace of Dean Harrison and Michael Dunlop is so close. Bungalow to bungalow for Dean Harrison, 17 minutes 32.7. For Michael Dunlop, 17 minutes 32.8. That's how close this race is.
Peter Hickman will come in through at the moment. Dean Harrison then getting a big wave over at Craig, and on the exit as well. You could be looking at the Supersport winner. He's got a bit of time to find. You can see the fans on the exit of Craig waving, and in a moment you're going to get Michael Dunlop coming through there any second as well, and I'm sure he's going to be getting plenty of support too.
Yeah, Dunlop into Brandywell. In fact, into Kate's Cottage it is. He's away and down through Kate's Cottage.
Peter Hickman 3rd through the bungalow. He's 3.87 seconds up on Lee Johnston. So Johnston is clawing that gap back, Mark.
Yeah, he's trying hard. And one other thing to consider, it's not normal for the 600s to run out of petrol, but it is possible that, you could see a little tiny bit of an error here at the very, very, very end of this.
Number 62, Yamanaka, is retired in the pits, just getting a nice round of applause, getting a big round of applause on the exit of Craig now is Michael Dunlop. Through Cronknamona then for Dean Harrison. We are less than a minute away from the checkered flag coming out, waving for the Dow Racing Kawasaki, and then it will be a wait to see who is going to win. We'll obviously see Boydie and get his reaction as to what sort of lap it is as well, in case we break the 130-mile-an-hour barrier. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but it doesn't matter right now. It's all about who wins, Dean Harrison or Michael Dunlop. Dunlop will be coming through Cronk Nimona any second now, and he does. The gap is 3.9 seconds. That's another half a second he's made, Mark.
It's pretty comfortable. Look, it looks good for Dunlop. All he has to do is just kind of do what he does and get the thing home safely, and it looks like he might have won this thing.
Dunlop back inside lap record pace at Cronk Nimona.
The checkered flag is out. Give him a round of applause. The Dow Racing Kawasaki rider. It is Dean Harrison who crosses the line first then here at the grandstand to take the checkered flag. But has he done enough in that final sector? It's only a 1 minute sector. Eyes to the right now for Michael Dunlop. Is this going to be win number 20 at the Isle of Man TT for the 33-year-old? And make it 8 Supersport victories to match Ian Hutchinson as having taken the most TT wins at Supersport level. Here he comes now. The checkered flag is out. The winner of the Supersport Race 1 is Michael Dunlop. It's 5.6 seconds up. Dunlop wins the Monster Energy Supersport TT race. Johnston comes over the line. 32 seconds down on Harrison, but now it's the wait for Peter Hickman and James Hillier to see whether or not Johnston can claw back and fight for third.
A new lap record for the Supersport for Michael Dunlop on the final lap. 129.475 for Dunlop. Beats his own lap record of 129.197.
What a final lap for him. Hillier comes over the line. What can he manage? He's 7 seconds down on Lee Johnston. It's fourth for now as Michael Dunlop here comes into pit lane. Give him a huge, and Interpark Ferme, a huge round of applause. Peter Hickman then, who's going to join these guys on the podium. Here comes Peter Hickman, number 10 on his Triumph 765. Is it going to be Lee Johnston, or will it be Peter Hickman joining Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison on the podium?
It was 3.6 seconds in it was at Cronk Nimona.
Here comes Hickman. You can hear that triumph across the line for Peter Hickman. He's third, 3.5 seconds ahead of Lee Johnston. Down to you, Guinness.
Yeah, Michael Dunlop, the team absolutely raced up to him straight away. He's already been in shook the hand of Dean Harrison. Lee Johnson confirmed in that fourth place, but the lap time, 17 minutes, 29.070, 129.47. Michael Dunlop, 20 times an Isle of Man TT race winner and a new lap record for the Supersports on the last lap, 129.47. Michael, congratulations.
Aye, steady. Good race. Some folk think I'm finished. So, we like life in the old dog yet. Can't thank the boys enough. It's just the work that's gone in there, and it's been a tough week, hard week. We had to shift our 600 mechanic over to the big bike race, or to the big bike, and me and Susie's been looking after the 600 all week, and it's the first time looking after a bike at the TT, and it's like, aye, it's good.
He chased it behind, really did. The gaps are 0.13. Coming into the last lap, it was 100th of a second between you, but between Balaf Bridge and Ramsey Hairpin, every lap you pulled about 1.4, 1.8 seconds on Dean on the bumps. It's like being on the Irish roads, isn't it? Scaries.
Well, it's not really. I got caught badly. I got caught badly with the lads in front of me, and they were sucking at me as well on the toe. You know what I mean? So yeah, they were sucking at me, but I knew Dean. Here, listen, Dean's fast. There's no doubt. I knew it was somebody. For some reason, somebody said in the pits it was Dean, and once I knew that, I knew how to get my groove on. 20
times a TT winner. Look at this smile. How does that feel?
It's good to get alone, isn't it? It's good to get alone. Love of this place. So yeah, thanks to the team, boys. It's been a tough year again, and all the loyal boys have come out to play, and we brought one home for them. So just need to keep pushing now.
Well done, Michael.
Thanks, boss.
Brilliant stuff. Michael Dunlop, a winner there at the Isle of Man TT races. In second place with the last lap on the Supersport 600, Johnny. Just jump round the back there. Grab a bit chat with him. I tell you what, he just off and he just keeps going. Dean, second place. At one point, my goodness me, there was only hundreds, thousands of the second between you and then Michael, and your last lap was 128.93.
Yeah, no, honestly, the bike never missed a beat then. It were absolutely singing. I was saying, lads, we had a fuel cap problem, and every time I hit the brakes, I had fuel coming out and going up my face. I'm like, coughing away. I'm almost high going round then. Well, the fuel I get in my face, but no, the bike never missed a beat. It was absolutely faultless, to be honest. So, no, fair play to Michael. The ZX6 is going quite well. The R6 is very strong, we know that. So, it's to get so close is a good start to the week with what we've just done. So
the only bit you were missing out when Michael, you were with them all the way, was between Bluff and Ramsey through the bumpy section. Every lap he pulled on you.
Yeah, but look at him, he's stronger than me. Look at the size of him. I'm right, Weasel. He's got a bit more meat than I am.
Good fun though, eh? And Hickey gets a third. So
yeah, right, twice. I thought Lee had been. Say, mate. Thank you. I thought Lee had been about there. Is that where we were? Yeah, and I know how strong Lee is. Won a 600 all year, and I was sort of expecting him to show his nose at some point. And when I was getting P1, P2, -0 plus, I thought he'd be at Lee that was so close. I didn't realise he'd had an issue in the pit, so shame he's not on the podium with us, but no, I'm happy with second today.
Not a bad TT so far then.
No.
Just one more step across.
Yeah, one more step across. I've had a mentally and physically sort of challenging week with quite a few things. It's been tough, to be honest, so to get in the first two races, 2 podiums, not quite a win, but it's nice. So it makes the team, it lifts the team a bit up, especially after the day we had yesterday.
Will that kind of be is that your fastest Supersport lap, 128.9? No, it's not far away. You've done 129.
Yeah, I've done 129 before, yeah. So no, not far away. So no, good, happy with that.
Well done, Dean.
Thank you very much.
Quickly speak to Johnny. Another podium for the Dow Racing team.
Yeah, it's a good start to the week, isn't it? 2 podiums, I think good result.
What about then? What can you make to chase that man in front, and obviously keep Hickey behind you as well? And you got Hillier, Lee Johnson after his mess up in the pits as well. Not the team. So these things happen. TT, don't they?
That's the Isle of Man. Anything can happen. To get a finish here is a good result. But yeah, we'll obviously try and figure something out. We've made some big changes already, but yeah, we'll try and figure something out to catch the boys in front.
Thanks, Johnny. Johnny Bagnall, the Dow Racing team boss, and Michael still with that big smile on his face. And let's get round to the Trooper Racing Triumph, and it's Peter Hickman. By gum, you and James Hillier having one heck of a battle. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just it takes me too long to get going on the little bikes. As I said before the start of the race, I've not done many laps on it, so although I feel comfortable on it, I'm just not particularly on the ball with it. But I'm happy enough. The K2 Trooper Triumph, we're on the podium again. Bike sounds awesome. Fans are mega as always. Everyone's waving and shouting, throwing programs up in the air. It's all good. But yeah, obviously we want to win. That's what we're here for. So we need to try and figure out how to make it go a little bit faster. I think I'm a long way down on the speed trap compared to the other boys. So yeah, that doesn't make it easy.
127.6 last lap.
Yeah, not too bad.
That's okay. Well, speed trap. In fact, I can give you the speed traps. You know, you guys like these sort of things. A third speed trap thing, 167.14 for you. Lee Johnson, 170.06, but he weighs about 2 stone.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, just a few miles an hour down, but we'll see what we can do for the second race on Wednesday.
Thanks, Pete.
Cheers, mate.
Peter Hickman there. Thank you very much. And we'll get round to the back. Sorry. There we go. And maybe have a word, if we can, with Gary Ryan, if we can, from Michael's team. Gary Ryan, very quickly on Michael's win. 20 wins around here. The Dunlop name continues.
That's unreal. Look, we had a bad year here in 2018, and to get back here where we should have been, you know what I mean? It's incredible. I'm delighted. So I'm delighted for him. People sort of half wrote him off, and you can never write him off.
What about that last lap record?
Unbelievable. It was tight. Fair play to Dean. He pushed them all the way. Like went down to virtually 0 at one stage. So it was a great ride. Brilliant.
Well, I'll let you get for the photos. Thanks, Gary.
Cheers.
Gary Ryan there. Thank you. And thank you to Michael as well. We'll get past the RI guys and we'll head back to you, Steve and Chris in the tower, for thoughts on that Monster Energy Supersport race number 1.
Well, if that's the start of 3 races today, then we're very excited indeed. A cracker, an absolute cracker. That's almost short circuit territory, that sort of racing. And it's just so important to remind everyone just how challenging this course is, Mark. But what a race that was.
Yeah, the TT is well and truly back, isn't it? Like, we are knee deep in this thing. We're kind of like just starting the midweek.
To analyse. Thanks, Mark. Just a quick rundown of the top 10 as it stands then. Michael Dunlop, the winner from Dean Harrison. Hickman 3rd. Then Johnston 4th. Hillier 5th. Coward in 6th. Ahead of Cummins, number 11 in 7th. Davey Todd was 8th. And I believe Beck is standing by with Davey now.
I'm just going to pop in here and just have a quick word with Davey. Davey, so you're coming in shaking your head. It wasn't a bad result, though. How do you think it went for you?
Yeah, not well. I don't know what to say. Really disappointed in myself. The bike's going really well. No excuses there with the bike. Just the fact that I think it's a little bit in my head at the moment from the tyre issue the other day. I felt like I could feel an issue and there wasn't. So it's definitely just in my head now.
So the highs and lows of that race, was there anywhere where you really felt you were in control of it?
No, just building up at the start and felt like I could have gone, but just lacking that bit of confidence in the tyres at the minute.
And anything that you're going to do about that? Has that all been sorted now?
I don't know.
All right, Davey, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll just pop over and have a quick word with Connor as well. Connor, how was that for you?
I rode my best. There's nothing short of that, really. The bike was perfect. Unfortunately, I just couldn't deliver on the day. But we've got this afternoon, Supersport race, big bike, more suited to my sort of stature. But yeah, the bike was great. Big thanks to the team. I couldn't do any more.
Conditions out there okay?
Perfect. Nice and cool. It's not overly hot. Yeah, so I couldn't quite deliver, but never mind.
All right, Connor, thank you very much indeed. Just grab a super quick word with Clive if we can. Clive, 2 top 10 finishes. The boys look a bit despondent, but it's good though.
Well, I think we've got 2, podium men all day long, and as you say, most teams, most people will be overwhelmed with what they've just achieved. And quite frankly, we're sat here, we'll debrief, we'll see how we can go forward. It's a different level, it's a different class for them on the little 600s. It's a very different motorcycle. Davey's not had a lot of time on the little bike. Connor, they all tell me he's too big for it, but right this minute, I think we got to take 7th and 8th and have a smile on our face. Let's keep moving forward.
Clive, thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've had a red flag here. Of course, there's still bikes around the course. We've had a number come over the grandstand, but this has been red flagged for the time being. Boydie, let's just recap a little bit on some of those top results. We've, of course, just covered Dunlop, Harrison, and in third place there, Peter Hickman as well. The battle for the podium was well and truly alive. In the end, Lee Johnston misses out on his Ashcourt Racing Yamaha. It's looking like ultimately the longer pit stop has cost him.
Yeah, indeed. He only finished, I think, 3 seconds down on Peter Hickman, and he dropped about 8 seconds in the pits. So Lee Johnston just losing out on a podium place there in the pit stops. How frustrating would that be, Mark?
Very. But I think we got Beth down there with John McGuinness.
Yeah, let's go down to you, Beth.
Yep, just standing outside John McGuinness's tent now. He's just sitting here having a chat. John, do you mind just having a quick word? How did you find that race today?
It was good. Weather was good. Track was in good shape. I didn't make any mistakes. I just wasn't fast enough.
Top 20 finish, not bad. I think it was very clear that you felt you weren't in the race, letting people go past you there.
Well, it gets to a point where you're just under the feet, and it gets a bit sketchy, doesn't it? Because they're dicing for podium positions and stuff. But it was only, I didn't let anybody else. I only let Hickey pass coming out of Hairpin because I could hear the triumph. But then the other guys just blasted me, and I can't sit here pulling the excuse book out. It was just, we put this sort of team together with Robin Croft. Robin's been here before with his team, and it's good to get Robin back in the paddock, really. And me, my mates, and my son, we put the 600 together, worked on it, and it's never missed a beat. But it hasn't quite got enough horsepower compared to some of the other bikes on the track. And we knew that when we came here. I've been around here on a 600 before, 127, so I've been there before. It's just a little bit frustrating, but it's a race under my belt, and like I say, top 20 is good, I suppose. But some good riders out there, some good bikes. But a little bit frustrating, but it's you can't just pull a bike out of your truck at the TT and expect to win TT. You've got to be completely dialed and up to speed and developed and everything. And we're a bit not best prepared, to be fair, but we got to finish.
Looking ahead to this afternoon, then, how do you go about getting your head into gear for that?
Draw a line with that one, really. Change suits, different back in the factory on the suit, and just get going again. And I've been riding the stock a week in, week out in BSB, so hopefully we'll be a little bit more competitive in that race.
John, thanks so much for talking to us. I wonder whether, Ewan, would you have a super quick word? What do you make of being involved with your dad here this week?
Well, it's definitely a different side of the TT. It's been a bit weird, but you can only do your best. You can only keep the bike together. I mean, I did the Ducati Cup within the last 2 years, and now working with Glenn Irwin at BSB, I've took what I've learned from the guys at Honda and the guys like my mentors and stuff like that, and just got to do your best, don't you, I suppose.
It's amazing because you literally have been here since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. What sort of words of advice do you have for your dad before he sets off?
I usually just say something stupid, like some sort of quote from, I don't know, Cars or something stupid, or a film we've watched, or try and make him smile before he goes out. But I don't know. There's not really much advice you can give someone that's been coming here since 1996, so just got to keep smiling.
Ewan, thank you so much for talking to us. So fairly quiet around here now at the moment. Obviously, everybody getting ready for this sidecar race later. Was hoping to catch a word with Lee Johnson, as I said, but he headed back to the tent because, Steve, that must be so bittersweet when you're so close to that podium.
Yes, absolutely right. Lee Johnston was so close. Incidentally, on that final lap as well, not that I'm trying to add salt into the wound for Lee, he put in his best ever Supersport lap as well, 128. Of course, he is going to get another crack at this. We have another second Supersport race coming up later in the week. But Boydie, what we can do is give a rundown of those who have crossed the grandstand before the red flag came out.
Absolutely, and it was so close, that race, all the way through, start to finish, that we had no choice but to concentrate solely on the top of the leaderboard, trying to give the odd rundowns as we went down. But now we have a chance to give everybody their mention that has finished this race. Michael Dunlop, of course, wins the Supersport Monster Energy Supersport Race 1 by 5.617 seconds from Dean Harrison. In third place, Peter Hickman, as we know, on the Triumph Daytona. Lee Johnston then fourth, 3.5 seconds down on Hickman. And as we've mentioned, that pit stop dropped him that when he just couldn't get the filler cap onto the Yamaha. James Hillier finishes in fifth, 7.07 seconds down on Johnston. Jamie Coward then 17.2 seconds back on Hillier to round out the top six. Seventh was Connor Cummins, eighth Davey Todd. So the two Malenko by Honda's Padgett's almost right together in terms of the race result. Dominic Herbertson then, great result for Dominic on the who's he riding? Kawasaki, wasn't it? 21.3 seconds down on Davey Todd in ninth, and rounding out the top 10, Ian Hutchinson. Paul Jordan misses out on a top 10 result by virtue of that 30-second pit lane penalty. He's finished 16 seconds down on Hutchinson, so he would have slipped in ahead of him and had a top 10 finish, but for the 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. James Hind, a fantastic finish, Steve. 12th overall for James Hind. I think that's a fantastic result on his first TT.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant job from James Hind. We'll be speaking about him for many years to come, I'm sure, and maybe even later in the week he can get himself in the top 10. Rob Hodson was 13th, the number 25. Michael Sweeney, 14th here across the line at the grandstand. Mike Brown, 15th. Remember, still struggling with those ankles. Gary Johnson crossed the line in 16th. Remember, Johnson had a few issues at the end of pit lane when he came in for his pit stop. Sean Anderson was 18th over the line here. John McGuinness was 19th. Craig Neve, 20th. Just behind Neve was Nathan Harrison, McCormack, Matt Stevenson, who just continues to impress. That's his best ever lap as well, 119.4. Pierre-Yves Bian, of course, debut TT for him. He was 24th, ahead of Chris Sabora.
And then 26th to 30th, we have Julian Trummer, Philip Crow, Raul Torres Martinez, Joey Thompson in 29th, Tom Whedon, 30th of the 30 finishers. There are other riders obviously stopped out on the circuit due to the red flag. Some of them may well be classified as finishers by the time the final classification is formed. Obviously, they are stopped out there. They've completed 2 of the 3 laps and are out there on their 3rd lap when they've been brought to a halt.
Fantastic job then. The same 3 riders down, getting themselves ready for the podium. And let's go down to Kinners, right, aren't you?
Yeah, thank you very much. It is the Monster Energy Supersport race number 1. And Ollie Dimolo, who's the event production manager for Monster Energy, is on there. Ollie, thank you very much for your support and Monster's continued supporting here at the Isle of Man TT races fueled by Monster Energy. So he heads up onto the podium with the 2 Monster Energy girls, and a little bit of background to the trophy that Michael Dunlop's going to get in a bit. This trophy was presented the first time 100 years ago in 1922 to G.S. Davison. So today, the old Junior TT trophy is 100 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place on the Triumph, number 10, Peter Hickman. Peter makes his way up onto those podium steps. Well done to him. And in second place, on the Kawasaki, the Dow Kawasaki, Dean Harrison. 2 podiums at the TT so far for Dean this TT. Well done to Dean. Gives Peter Hickman a handshake. And 20 times an Isle of Man TT race winner. Number 6 on the Yamaha, Michael Dunlop. Michael makes his way onto that top step again for the 20th time. Ollie from Monster puts a little garland over his neck, gets another hat. He'll be getting the Forage and Vintners. And, of course, he will get the old Junior TT Trophy, Michael Dunlop. And now, the British National Anthem. Please be upstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, the first 3 in the Monster Energy Supersport race number 1, Peter Hickman, Dean Harrison, and the new Supersport lap record holder, Michael Dunlop, at 129.47. Congratulations to them. Thanks to Ollie from Monster Energy. Let's head back to Steve and Chris.
Thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, fantastic stuff then for Michael Dunlop in his 68th TT start. That's podium number 31, win number 20 for Dean Harrison in his 49th start. So later on, his 50th start coming up in Super Stocks. That's 18 podiums. And for Peter Hickman, congratulations on your 16th podium. It's now time for the bubbly. Fantastic scenes here. What a race that was between Michael Dunlop and Dean Harrison. Hopefully more to come. A quick recap from you, Mark. I'm sure you enjoyed that just as much as we did.
Yeah, it's really cool to actually watch it, and with you guys, and I appreciate you having me up here with you. And I look forward to the Sidecar and the Superstock, because Superstock is going to be a little bit like this one. It's going to be very similar with a lot of the same actors and same players and the same 3-lap shootout.
Well, we certainly hope so, Boydie.
Absolutely. Another one like that would be tremendous. That was an absolute rip snorter from start to finish. Thrilling stuff in the Supersport opening race, and how special for Michael Dunlop on his own MD Racing, a bike he's built to go out and win a TT, Mark.
Yeah, that's probably the sweetest way to do it, is to actually, have hands on the bike like the old days, because tuners and riders were used to be the same exact thing, and you'd show up in your own rig and your own stuff. And actually, it's probably the coolest and the most easygoing way to do it. You don't have a lot of other things breathing down your neck. You can do it your way, and he did it his way, and he won.
Write him off at your peril, Michael Dunlop. We've had 2 solo races so far. Peter Hickman won the Superbike. Michael Dunlop has won Supersport. We've got another one coming later. Of course, next up for us on our schedule is the Freewheeling.media Sidecar race. That'll be a 2-lap race. As it stands, that will be going at 1:10 local time. And so as it stands, we will be back on air at 12:45. We get underway racing here on Monday. 3 races coming your way. First up,
of Supersport wins. They have the most now, 8 apiece. An 18th podium for Dean Harrison and a 16th podium already. You think he hasn't been around that long for Peter Hickman. He's really coming up the stats charts now.
Yep, time to now start building for another race, of course. Sidecar race up next, sponsored by Freewheeling.media. Ben and Tom Birchall, of course, the heavy race favourites for this one. This has been reduced to a 2-lap race, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Reduced to a 2-lap race. As you say, the aim was to try and get all 3 races in during today, so we'd have the roads open by tea time. We've not got any news yet on a start time for the Superstock. We'll bring you that as soon as we get it. But the Freewheeling.media Sidecar race 1, as you said, the Birchalls, really, they are the lap record holders. They won the last 6 races, is it, on the mountain? 7 on the mountain course, indeed, and they are the fastest qualifiers. The nearest pursuers in terms of qualifying week at the TT 2022 are Ryan and Callum Crowe, the Manx brothers, who are sort of 2 miles an hour slower than them. The Birchalls have done a lap at 117.5, the Crows 115.5. Peter Founds and Javon Wormsley on the FHO Honda 115.4. Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau, the French passenger, they are the 4 fastest on the week. Then Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney and Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde.
Yeah, Alan Fans, of course, not racing here at the TT, but part of our coverage. There's a bit of a tug of war going on downstairs at the moment between TV and radio. We will win that battle. Alan Fans will be with us at some point. But let's go down on the ground now and catch up and say a very good afternoon to Chris Kinley and Beth Esty.
Yes, good afternoon to you guys here on the ground. As you quite rightly say, time just coming up to 11 minutes away from 2:15 in proper speak is the start of the first sidecar race of TT22. Beth Espy down on the ground. You can feel it already, can't you?
You really can. Conditions a little bit warmer than it was this morning. The sun is out a little bit more. Mark Miller's here with us as well. Mark, I think we've asked you before whether you ever fancy bombing round in one of these.
Well, the more you're around it, the more you kind of get sucked into wanting to have a go, wouldn't you? But they're so amazing when you're standing on the side of the track, like when I was at Glen Helen the other day, and these guys slide by, and their riders, their passengers are scraping the hedges with their helmets, and they're spinning the tire coming out of the corner, and it's just leaving these black marks, and it's actually super cool.
Conditions, say, a little bit warmer. What do you make of them?
Yeah, this is going to be even a little bit better. I don't know if the wind has picked up ever so slightly somewhere. It just seems like there's a little bit more breezy, but it was pretty cold this morning, and I think this the sun being out, this is could not be more ideal.
So, Chris, with regards to this now being a 2-lap race instead of 3, how will that change the game plan for the outfits, do you think?
Less fuel, obviously, but then they've got to think about it. They've factored into this the fact that they would have to do 3 laps of the full tank of gas, to put it the way Mark would say it. But now it's going to be 2. Reminder what this boy said in a week, 35 millimetres of suspension travel, so it's not that much. When we get Alan Fans, when we steal him from the telly guys in a minute or two, we'll ask him to describe that a bit more. But that's another thing they're going to have to think about. What is the plan? And obviously no pit stops, which there isn't in sidecars. But conversely, they do give us actually a sidecar pit things. They do actually have their own pit boxes. It is there if they need to come in at the end of lap 1 just to check some stuff out or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to change the game plan of the race whatsoever. It's going to have to be just go. You're just going to have to go. And the Birchalls did the other day, and the Crow Boys did it again the other day, and Pete Founds went the other day. They're going to have to go. You cannot afford to let up. Peter Hickman said it in the Supersport podium there before. I just need to get out of the traps quicker on this bike. You cannot lose time. As soon as you've lost time on the run to Glen Helen, on the run to on the run to nearly said Balacrane by the old time point of view, on the run to Glen Helen and then to Balaf, that's it. Your race is ruined. A couple of seconds.
A lot of talk about possible 120. What do you reckon?
I think so. I think they'll be going for that. This new chain design that they've got, I think that is something that they're aiming for. They want to break that barrier. They want to win the race. If they break the lap record and don't win the race, they'll be very, very disappointed. They want to do both. Okay, that is what they want to do. Lap record, great, Mark Miller, but winning the race, getting your hand on the silver lady again is everything, isn't it?
Well, it goes down in the record books for life. I mean, it's such a big deal to have your name on one of these trophies and to even have a silver at home that represents that first place. And
where's your one?
I have it near the kitchen. I have one from TT0, and it's just such a great souvenir, and it's something to look at with great memories, and all the friends and all the hard work that went into that, and you cherish the trophy for life, and the fact that you've got that first place. The track record is very temporary amongst this sport. In the greater they're going to be moving almost per race. You could up that ever so slightly. Winning the race is forever.
Well, that record this morning with Michael Dunlop. Your thoughts quickly on that?
And Michael Dunlop winning this morning.
Supersport,
yeah. I
mean, and the lap record again.
Yeah, the lap record, he inched it up just was like 0.2 mile an hour. I think it's possible that he could actually crack that 130 at some point on the next one. And
on a 600.
On a 600, which is mad. He did it at 129.4 right today on a 600. I mean, that is very, very, very quick.
And then flick it back to this 600cc motor, 7-speed gearbox. Possibly going to do 120 today.
Yeah,
would
that's
you
amazing.
Ever thought that, would you?
I mean, you got two people on this thing with 3 wheels, and there's so much more mass, and there's all this other technology involved, including like the double chains with the center
and the engine being virtually flat in the chassis as well.
120 is cooking. That's sometimes you get so excited about 135, 120 is moving around here. Just several years ago only, 120 was a very difficult barrier for a lot of guys to break, and I think,
even on the solos.
Yeah, on the solos, and so now with the sidecars, that would be quite a monumental achievement.
And then of course you got the lightweights or the super twins, whatever you want to call them. They're doing that sort of speed as well. Incredible for basically a bike you can go shopping with. I know they're all a lot of money, etc., etc., etc. That's how they start out. We did a good explanation of this during the week. That that's quite incredible, the pace that even they're running now, isn't it?
Yeah, those have been really coming on. Again, when I was on the side of the track recently, those guys are carrying similar corner speed as the Supersports. Like it's basically the same game except for the top speed between the 650s and or I should say the Super Twins, because there are different bikes out there. And the Super Sports, I think it's mostly just that top speed, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you about Glen Helen the other night on the TV. How was that out there? First time you'd probably ever watched him there, was it?
Yep. First time I ever watched from there. One time I had to adjust a handlebar that had moved, and I borrowed a spanner from somebody on the side. But yeah, actually watching from there, it's such a cool little section because it's blocked by the wind from the trees and everything. And those guys are really moving through there. Some S's, it's very smooth. It's not sort of like one of the more hairball things. It's more like a little bit more like a short circuit, and you can really see these guys just banking in and out, and just almost with their elbows on the ground.
Look at the speed differential between the solos and the sidecars. So they're very similar, or?
It's an optical illusion. Cars looked really, really quick through there, and I think it's because it's a bigger, footprint of mass, and they looked every bit as fast. But you could see a little bit like separate sort of like the factory efforts versus maybe somebody that's here for the first time. There's definitely some speed differentials between the top solos and even the sidecars and the guys that are kind of learning the circuit still. But between the sidecars and the solos, it doesn't really look that much different in the corner speed.
Good fun out there, isn't it? I've been out there once. I did the commentary for the Senior Manx Grand Prix, I think, a long time ago. And I think Maurice Maudsley, God love Maurice Maudsley, and she'll be listening up there and chuntering in me ear like he always used to do. And I went out there and did it once, and that was a cracking place to see. You can see them; they flash into you on that fast left-handed, and they straighten up a bit. The little left-hand, then a right, and then a left, and then up the hill. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yep. You get everything from kind of a bit of a braking to hard cornering, heavy corner speed, and big fat drives with big blackies going up to Sarah's, isn't it? And then you can get a fantastic burger out there. I had this huge burger with bacon and the whole 9 yards, and I did enjoy that.
I thought you were on a diet.
I'm not racing.
He's not racing. He doesn't care.
Attention pilot. Just an update on the rest of today's schedule.
So we've been waiting for this, so we're going to bring this actually.
Sidecar race, the 2-lap sidecar race starts at 2:15. Once the sidecar race is complete, we'll then reopen the roads from Glen Cutchery Road round to Ramsey Hairpin, keep the mountain section closed, and basically, because obviously we've got a time issue with reopening the roads, we're going to have the super stock race this evening. 3 laps.
Yeah, just getting details, Sue, from the clerk of the course. Let's get the official word from Steve Day in the tower. Steve.
Yes, we can tell you, as you can probably just hear at the moment, clerk of the course, Gary Thompson, just relaying this back to the paddock at the moment. We have, of course, got a 2:15 sidecar race, 2 laps, which we're building up to now. But the roads obviously have to open at 5 o'clock. They will then close again at 6 o'clock. The super stock race will be later on this evening, 3-lap race at 6:30, and the roads will open again at 8:30.
Yes, well, kind of expected them to do that, to be fair, because obviously the Isle of Man has to go on and stuff. We were just talking there, Alan, while you were away doing televisual stuff, about it's not going to be 3 laps, it's now going to be 2. From a standpoint of a sidecar team, have you equated that into the factor that you may have had to do 2, or you can set it can be less fuel, obviously, or would you still carry the full load because you know your outfit's going to be settled like that?
You're definitely going to be carrying a reduced fuel load now. We guess about 11 to 12 litres per lap round here. So if we're only doing the 2 laps, then we're only going to be carrying about 24, maybe 25 litres just for that extra litre, just in case there's any stoppages are started.
Okay, so what are the thoughts? What are your thoughts on the guys you've spoken to this morning?
It's wide open, this one. It's absolutely wide open. I think the 2-lap race definitely plays into the hands of a few teams because they haven't done 3 laps yet.
Yeah.
And I really think that the top 3, so like maybe Ben and Tom Birchall, and I think Pete Fountain, Jeff Walmsley, and also I think the Crow brothers, I think they're going to go well. But you can never discount people like Tim Reeves, and people like Gary Bryan, and even Lewis Backstock and Paddy Rosney. They go really well, and once they get that machine going, they'll be up there with the Crow boys.
What about your newcomer there? Let's look at his laps there. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Obviously goes really well at Scarborough, British champion, etc. How's he found it? I've spoken to him a couple of times, but he's always busy. He's constantly asking people questions and constantly learning. What sort of a character is he? I think he's a bit effervescent, isn't he?
He's pretty strong-minded, is Lee. He's got a very strong character behind him, and he's proven himself on the roads before. He did the Southern 100 last year as a newcomer, and he went really well around there. I think he finished 3rd, in fact. I think he got on the podium. So he's well versed on the roads, and the bike that he's got underneath him is a missile. So you can never discount people like that to come into it. But as a newcomer, you just want to be learning the track rather than trying to push for results, don't you?
The other night when we had the stoppage and the outfit stopped at Ballacrane, I believe, no, not Ballacrane, Kurt Michael, Douglas Road Corner, the Birchall boys did not ride the bike back. It went and got picked up, didn't it? Didn't want to put more miles on it.
That's right, and these are the people that maybe these 2 laps might have played into their hands a little bit, because the 3 laps, it's brutal enough for just doing 1 lap on a sidecar around here. So for them to be doing 3 laps, especially at the speeds that they're doing, they don't want to put mileage on that engine because it's obviously that tuned that they don't want to be pushing it like they would be in a race,
For those who don't understand what we were talking about before, who've just arrived here, and if you've just arrived here today or yesterday, welcome back to the Isle of Man. Ben and Tom Birchall on the front. Normally, with a normal motorcycle or sidecar, you have your sprocket on the front, you have your rear sprocket, you have a chain. Explain the new system they've got. I'm going to call it a chain diff system because it's kind of like that, isn't it? Really, to be fair, it's a double chain. Explain it.
So it basically gets around from the engine to the rear wheel that moves up and down because of the rear suspension. And to move the rear wheel up and down, we use a swing arm, which pivots on a point.
Like a normal motorcycle.
That's right. That's right. So what they've done, because they've moved the engine so far forward, they've picked up that sprocket height, and they're not able to get around that swing arm. So they've had to use 2 chains to get around it.
Explain. They move the engine forward, not forward towards your front wheel. They've moved it flatter.
You'll notice when they come past you that their bike is remarkably lower than everybody else's bike, and they've done that for aerodynamics, to try and reduce the drag of everything.
Interesting. The idea is these guys come up with. You're obviously not riding. You should have been riding at 6. Obviously, Pete's going to be riding. Your brother. What sort of has he found the course this week, the mountain circuit?
I think, like most people, he's not quite had the laps to try what he wanted to try. But Pete's well versed around here, and Pete will go well. He's got a great package underneath him to this year with FHO Racing on board with him, and I think he'll go well this year because he's chased the Hondas, which he did have Suzuki's in the previous TTs. So Honda seems to be the engine to have for the TT engine anyway. They've got the top speed compared to most other manufacturers.
115 fours, pretty standard across the time from there. Nice and steady, pretty similar laps. The 3 quick ones he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and all standing start laps. They haven't done a flyer yet. They've come in, made adjustments, and used the time that they could while they had track time, and they've yet to put a proven bike on the track that they are comfortable with and that they're happy with, and one that they've found that works for them.
Who else do you think we're going to have to look for today? Ben and Tom Birchall, obviously Pete, found the Crow boys, Lewis Blackstock you mentioned. Anybody else we'll possibly throw into the mix?
I mean, you can't discount the newcomers, like you said, Lee Crawford and Scott. And also, you can't discount Harry Payne as well with Mark Wilkes on. They've been going just as well. And I've been speaking to Mark and I've been speaking to Harry, and they both want that newcomers, they want that fastest newcomer award off the Crow Boys. You know, again, it's not somewhere that you go and push yourself as a newcomer, definitely. But don't get me wrong, they're hungry for it. That's what they want.
Going to ask you back about the Southern 100. You always go well. You all, that race you had the other year with you and your brother and all the others together, incredible race, and different mindset for here though, completely.
Yeah, it's a mass start at the Southern 100, so you're setting off together. It's a road race, so you can't push yourself like you would on a circuit, but you're still racing against people and you're still rubbing fairings with them. Not like here, it's a bit smooth. Smooth is faster on the TT.
Even though you've had all the practice, or the practice that we've had this week, would there still be corners on the track that you think to yourself, I just don't want to take that full just yet? Is there any corners that Pete thinks about, or put yourself in that situation?
Yeah, 100%. There's corners, flat out corners that you take all week to get to that point to take them flat out. You know, you've got Ballagher, he's a great one. The left through Crosby. Yeah. You've got the Milkies. You know. And
what gear would you take that in?
Well, that's just driving out of Ballacrane, and that's
about fourth.
No, probably about fourth or fifth, and that's flat out on a sidecar. You don't knock it off, but it takes you a week to get there, and you know, and it takes some nerve to do it as well. So you need to be confident in your bike.
Let's talk about the drop dancing in a bottom of Braille. What are we talking about there? Pinned.
Yeah, the top lads will be doing that pinned, I would have thought, on the first lap. Certainly as a newcomer, it's unnervy, isn't it, Braille? It's unnervy just to cycle down it and have a look down it, let alone to be doing 150 mile an hour down it, you know. So I think it'll come naturally to a lot of the top boys, definitely.
Well, we're going to make our way into and onto the grid if possible. Get round the back of here. DRL, there you go, mate. Get yourself through. And get Mark through as well. And sorry, Mr. Pritchard, side of the way there. Grab a word with Ben if we can. We didn't get a chance to talk to him. If he's going to do first, yes, okay, that's all right. Let him get in. We'll go back and speak to Tim Reeves. You can practice your interview skills now again. If you want on Tim. Do you want to do Tim if you want again?
You can have a chat with Tim if you want me to.
Tim Reeves.
I seem to always get Tim, don't I? Yeah, Tim. How's it going, mate? Then are you feeling a bit more confident today, a bit more relaxed after your session you got the other night?
No, it's actually worse, isn't it? We've had more time to think about it, and yeah, you know, just a bit of a shit end to the other day, and yeah, we just got to look forward and hopefully try and have a good race now. Huh? But yeah, you know what it's like, mate. It's not easy, is it? Up and down, up and down, up and down, and yeah, we're finally here, and hopefully we'll all get away, and it'll be a good race.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you boys. You've not had the laps that you've wanted, and you've not had the chance to test all your setup. And have you changed anything since the first race, since you got stopped?
No, we didn't. We've got some ideas what we want to try on for Wednesday, but we didn't want to jump straight into the race and change anything now. I tried the bikes as it was on Thursday night, and you know, we just got to build up a bit more with Kevin and get him a bit more up to speed, and then yeah, we'll just see how it comes, man. I'm going to try my best and make sure I'm comfortable, and I'll ride to where I'm comfortable, and see where we end up, mate. That's all we can do, really, eh?
Yeah, brilliant. Good luck with it, Tim. I hope it goes well, mate.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Tim Reeves speaking to Alan Fountain. We do apologise for the music here on Radio TT 1368 live from the grandstand. Alan, grab a word with Molly if you want. You're more than welcome. You can hear us okay. I'll grab a word with Molly, Alan, if you want. Alan Fountain with Dave Molyneux.
So I'm here with Dave Molyneux now on the grid then, yeah. So I'll ask you, Dave, how's your preps going? I know you've not been getting the laps like most people. You're having a bit of trouble with the overheating issues on this bike, haven't you? But how's it all been going now?
That's good now. That first run out to Glen Helen the other day was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. Bike's handling good and got the temperature stable. So, yeah, just hoping she does 2 laps, and I think I may have proved a little point then if this thing will.
Do you think these 2 laps would suit you at the moment? Then do you think that's a good start just to get 2 laps under your belt rather than the 3?
Yeah, I'm treating it like a practice, to be perfectly honest. You know, it's a bit like a 2-lap practice, but yeah, I'll just see how it maps out as we get on. You know what it's like. You just sometimes when you're a bit on the fence with your job, you got to treat it as it comes. You know, take it as it comes and just go from there. So we'll see, Alan.
All right, good luck, Dave. Thank you very much, mate.
Dave Molyneux speaking to Alan Fans. Going to grab a quick word if I can with Pat Rosney, if I can, Pat. Obviously, Lewis is warming the outfit up at the moment, sponsored by the Dow Racing Team. How's things?
Yeah, it's all good, really. We've just been lacking a bit of top end speed, but we're hoping we've remedied that, and we'll see how we get on today.
Gearing issues?
No, it wasn't gearing. It was so much, we think, to do with the airbox. So,
yeah. How have you rectified that?
I couldn't tell you that.
Top secret?
Yeah, it's top secret.
Does it involve a drill?
A drill and a grinder, yeah.
That's the way to do it. Good luck, boys.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys. And I've spoken to him, but I haven't spoken to him yet. He might take a while to get up from that position. Andy Winkle, not spoke to you yet. Spoke to him.
Yeah, hello.
How are you, Andrew? Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's the normal churning, nerves jangling before you set off. But yeah, just 2 laps today, and hopefully I'll have a good ride, get a good strong finish, and that'll do me.
He came in on the first night of practice, said he wanted a little screen. I thought you were going to put a proper bubble in. What he said was he came in after the first practice, said I need a screen up there. So I thought you were going to put like Conrad's got there, but it's only about 8 inches long, 10 inches long.
That's just on the girth, madam.
We apologise here on Radio TT. There's nothing new there. Winks, you must apologise as well.
Well, it's just nerves, pretty much nerves, Chris. But yeah, the little screen, basically, it's that small because it was the only bit of fiberglass we've got left. Or perspex. But it does the job because it's just enough to just take the, you can get your helmet behind it and just keep it, the pressure off your head. So it's.
And this is when you're on the right hand side of the outfit next to Conrad.
Yeah, because when you're stuffed into the thing, on the left, it's not so bad because you're up and out, you're sat up in it anyway. So, but it's just like on, you're going to have Solby, just get your head down. It just takes the pressure off your neck mainly. So, how was
the first run the other day? Happy?
Yeah, it's just Solby seems so rough this time. Whereas, like that cottage on your right hand side, when it you sort of clock that, and then you're getting near to the bridge, and then you can sort of wriggle around, get yourself in position. But this time you're having to keep in the bike because it's still bucking about. So it's the road does change because of the trees growing under the road, and they resurface it at some stage, and then 3-4 years later it's bumpy again. So
now the man traffic on it. Andy Winkle and Conrad, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Buddy, cheers. Where is Alan Founds? Is he still down there, Beth, with you? Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Hi, Chris. You're right. So I've come down here to come and see my brother. I thought I'd best grab a quick word of him before he goes out on the track. So, hi, Pete. You okay? And how's it all going, mate?
Yeah, going good. Thanks, mate. Yeah. We're just happy to get away today, to be fair. So, yeah, 2-lap dash.
And obviously you're running the Honda engines this year, so you got a new configuration. How's that all been with the new engines and with the new specs that you're running this year?
Yeah, it's taken us a while to get to where we wanted to be this week, to be fair. Could have done another 2 laps in practice, as probably everyone could have done. But yeah, I think we're getting there. We say this every time we go out, and then we still make adjustments when we come in. But yeah, no, hopefully we're quietly confident, yeah.
Well, I mean, your Motec mapping will be outstanding, obviously, because that's what I've been doing for you all week. It's one of the very few jobs that I can do for you, to help out. So I'm assuming that will be absolutely mint when I come back in.
Spot on, to be fair. So yeah, better be spot on. Otherwise you'll be in trouble.
Now, well done, Pete. Good luck anyway, mate. Good luck, Jeff.
Just while you're there, Alan, just talk us through that. You just mentioned people won't know what you're on about there, the Motec map, and explain to them exactly what you've been doing.
So the Motec map on these bikes, they have an ECU, an electronic ECU on them, and they data log every single bit of pressure, temperatures, fuel, everything from the bike that it can data log, it does. And what we do, we plug the laptop into the bike, and we take a download afterwards. And that's when we get to find out what the bike's been doing, how it's been running, and we can make adjustments to suit it, to fine tune it and make it a bit quicker.
Do they have any sensors around the chassis and stuff or not?
Yeah, so you've got pressure sensors, all your oil pressure sensors, you've got temperature sensors for the engines, and then you've got your suspension telemetry, so that'll data log how much suspension's traveling, and then you've got your brake pressure sensors, so you can see how much brake pressure you use in each brake, on the front and the rear. They've got 3 brakes, these, one on the front sidecar and at the rear wheel, so all 3 are braked. So yeah, it's just collating all that data and just trying to fine tune the bike and make it work.
So the front brake, obviously like a normal bike, we do the front brake, and the rear brake, which is on the driver's pedal, that controls the passenger side and the back.
Yeah, so one pedal, the passenger's usually on the left foot. Yeah. Pete actually has it on his right foot, which is opposite to everyone else. So on the left foot, normally the brake, and that controls all 3 wheels, and you'll adjust the bias. So whether it's the rear, so the rear brake is the sidecar and the rear wheel, and the front brake is the front wheel. So you'll adjust the bias to suit your conditions really of riding.
Can the driver change that at all during the race? Any chance to do that? Get time or not?
We can do that. It's with the passengers, so the driver can't reach the adjustment, but the passenger could do essentially, yeah.
So if the side wheel was locking up quite a lot, you could take the pressure off it a bit, yeah.
That's right. Usually in the wet, you normally back it off. You normally go to the rear a bit because you don't want to be locking up on the front, putting his weight to weight. But for the TT, they'll be looking at that data when they come in, and they'll be making an assessment, and they won't be touching that for the TT.
Thank you, Alan Founds, for that detailed description. And Gary Bryant here. Gary, hello.
Hi, mate. All right.
Ready?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
How did it feel the other day?
It was going well. Yeah, tragic. So we'll regroup and try again.
Today, did you make any changes from the other day?
No, just cleaned it off and took a bit of petrol out. We'll go again.
Talking about the obviously the fuel, how many litres you normally carrying?
You want
on a full tank?
Yeah, you want 2.5 gallon a lap. I'm selling gallons, so sort of 8.5 gallon to a bit left in the bottom.
If anybody's out there, you can put it into your Google because I haven't got a clue how to do that. So what would you put in now because you're only doing 2? Will you run it full or not?
No, I've just short 6 gallons.
Gary, thanks for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah, we'll let him get his lid on. Steve and Matty Ramsey here. Just before Steve puts his lid on, Alan found he's working for us now. We've got him.
Hiya.
You're right.
Yeah, good. Ready to go.
How did it feel on Saturday?
No, the bike weren't.
No.
We hope we sorted it now, though.
I hope you have. Good luck, Steve and Matty Ramsey. Good luck, boys. Here you go, Al. Anybody else you can grab before we get to the start of this Freewheeling.media Sidecar TT? 2 lappers, don't forget.
There was a quick word I wanted to just grab here with Gary Gibson. A very stylish Gary Gibson here. He's on a new bike on the CES Christie Engineering chassis here. So I just wanted to grab a quick word with him, just see how it's going. Just he's just putting his teeth in here. He's just putting his false teeth in. So we're waiting for him to put his false teeth in. There you Gary. How's it going on this new chassis?
Fantastic. It's behaving itself. It's really living up to its expectations. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Brilliant. It's nice. It's great to see another chassis. You know, it's predominantly dominated by LCR, which is the manufactured chassis. And this is a brand new chassis. And it's the first time at the TT. So it's great to see it going well for you.
I picked it up 6 weeks ago and it's developed into a fantastic bike.
Yeah. Cheers, Gary. Good luck today, mate. Well done.
Okay, just hand back to Steve and Chris up there in the tower. We could have the possibility to delay. Just get the details, Chris and Steve.
Yeah, we're just hearing of a 15-minute delay. They have an issue with some of the radio communication systems that they need around the course. So they are just literally announcing this minute a 15-minute delay. They are now looking therefore at a 2:30 start for still a 2-lap Sidecar race 1.
Yeah, and so in that particular case, Chris, just keep hold of Alan, keep him close to you. Don't let that TV lot poach him from you.
I'm just going to ask another question. You said about the CES. Now, you look in your program, you will have obviously the LCR, so Louis Christian Racing. You'll have the DMR, which is Dave Molyneux stuff. You'll have the ISN outfit, which is you're getting a bit hot, Al. You're all right. You can take your coat off if you want.
No, I'm absolutely fine.
You're all right. Okay.
Yeah.
You get the ISN outfit. Okay. Then you've got other ones. You've got the SGRs, and then the CES. Explain to me the people who are behind this and where they come from.
So the CES Engineering, it's a Christie Engineering Services, and the passenger of this bike is Tom Christie.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one of the brothers. There are 3 brothers, and then they've got the father, Simon. So that all of them are into sidecar races. Sam and Adam Christie, they both race in the World Championship level.
Mm-hmm.
They've both done their first share of passengering over the days. You know, Sam's passengered for me, he's passengered for Pete. You know, and that's the same with Adam. So Tom Christie used to be my old passenger when I did the long bikes.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very familiar with this team, and they're just a great bunch of lads, and they're very passionate about sidecars.
Explain about the long bike. You're just saying about that. Again, we're just educating people who might not know about the sidecars, and it's good to bring new people in to understand what the sport is. These ones are what we call F2, and the long bike is what they call F1. Explain the difference between the F2 bike and the F1 bike. Which we used to race here, the big long bikes.
We did, and you know, and they got banned because they became too fast apparently for the circuit, even though they were going slower than what we're doing now. But there you go, that's progression, isn't it? So the long bike it's a longer chassis, it's a lot longer wheelbase, a wider wheelbase. They have what we call center hub steering. So when you turn the wheel, the front wheel stays flat on the floor. Whereas on these bikes that you'll see racing this, and you might have seen a few slow mos from the video footage, when the chair wheel picks up on these and they go around the left-hand corners, you essentially ride onto the edge of the tire, and what you get lack of grip then on the rear wheel and the thing, and it pushes you wide, so you get understeer. And that
like you do in a car.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So what you don't get on the long bike, you don't get that. So the long bikes are able to go around corners a lot faster than what the Formula 2s are. But at the same time, the Formula 2s are a steel chassis. That's part of the regulations. They have to be steel. They have to be welded, and you can only use certain materials. You're not allowed to use too many exotic materials. For example, no carbon fiber,
no titanium.
That's right. Whereas the long bikes, you can start to use that.
Those joints, aren't they, and stuff? Yeah,
they are. They're a lot more like a Formula 1 car. The long bikes, the Formula 1 chassis.
What do they call it? A monocoque? Is that what they call it?
That's right. It's a monocoque chassis where the engine literally hangs off the side of a tub. You know, it looks scary when you look at it, but yeah, that's what they're like.
Okay, and how much are you talking if you want to run an F1 team for a season? How much monetary? If your missus is listening, tell us how much. Lots.
Well, my son hadn't had a pair of clothes for a couple of years yet because I race sidecars. So. Yeah, like every sport, if you want to run at the top and you want to run at the high level, then money's obviously is always what brings you back down to earth. That's kind of your stopper. So the biggest expense to buy a bike, you're probably looking at about £50,000 to £60,000. That's just with your engines, and that's not spending too much on all your ignition systems and all your things. And then the biggest expense when you're racing is your tyres. You're spending a lot of money. So for a set of tyres, even for the Formula 2s, very similar to the Formula 1s, you're looking at about £900 for one set of tyres.
That's for the three.
That's for the three. The TT is not too bad because it's not too aggressive on tyres. It's not too racing. You're not throwing it around the corners like you would do. But the long bikes, they're putting a new set on every time they go out.
Who's making the chassis for the long bikes now?
So the long bikes again, it's Louis Christian Racing, which is an LCR chassis. They've been around since about the 80s, and they fine tuned that. There are other people's. There was a Windle chassis, which was a full carbon chassis, which was done by Terry Windle. That was quite successful. There wasn't too many of them made, and then we're starting to get another chassis, which I think is the Adolf chassis, and that's I think he's a German guy who designs these, and that's starting to come in and that's starting to compete against the LCRs. So there's not too many. LCRs have always been the dominant one in Formula 2 and Formula 1 racing on the long bike. So it's good when we see likes of the CES coming in now, because that's progression for the sport, and that's a new design, and that's what we want. We don't all want to be on the same machinery, because it comes down to money. Then what you're throwing at engines and tires, if you can get an advantage from a chassis that no one else has got, brilliant.
And how many times do you come here with a chassis and you think it's all okay, and you get here something that you thought maybe just to change it? Because can you deviate from the chassis that you bought, the LCR? Have you ever made any changes to that chassis?
Yeah, Dave Molyneux is a great person to see. Every time he gets a chassis, he makes it himself, doesn't he? He makes it his own. Sorry, and it's proven. Dave's got a very unique way of riding it, and he knows what he likes, especially around the TT, and he'll make a chassis suit him.
Are you going to have a go on one of those KTMs eventually? If Dave offered you a little go on it, as a comparison to your outfit, would you like to have a go?
I'd love to have a go of it. Whether it's the future, I'm not too sure yet. Sidecar's just getting more and more expensive, and I think that's what Dave's trying to do, is trying to cheapen it and trying to make it more affordable. Whether that would be the case, I'm not sure. I mean, there's always ways that people can spend money on Sidecar if you've got the budget, absolutely.
Somebody was saying the other day they bought 2 sets of tyres for £2,000, so that's a fair bit of money, but they not pay that for my motorhome. So that's the way it is. So what these guys going to be thinking about now? They've obviously got themselves ready. The 2-minute board, just about the 3-minute board, or the 2-minute board had gone up. They're ready to roll. And we've asked a couple of the solo boys about this, but I haven't a chance to ask you about this yet. Do you deal with this well? Is your body dealing with it now?
Yeah, I have quite a special way of keeping myself to myself, and I'll do my own thing. And I'm lucky, really. Carla's always around me for moral support if my head's starting to wander a little bit further. And she's been saying, you've not mentioned me yet on the radio, so I've just got it in there. So, yeah, I've just got it in.
That's your dinner board tonight.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's go back to when you race around here. You're sat here on the start line, ready to go, and as soon as you get on the go on the lap, and then say for example, you get onto the third lap. You're getting up through. You get your board out Ramsey Hairpin, or you get your board out the gooseneck or something like that. Does your mind ever wander? Do you ever think? Did you ever just think, oh, fish and chips tonight, or I could do with a brew or something like that?
You'd be amazed what you think round here. So, certainly with some of the times and some of the flat out bits, like the Mountain Martha is a good example.
When you have a little sort of rest.
Yeah, and your body's aching by the time you've got to the Mountain Martha, because it's took such a beating around the bottom half of the circuit. So you're starting to stretch your hands out, and your mind does wander. It's easy to do that. And we're talking about with the electronics before. We can see a lot of this on our dash and a lot on our displays.
Yeah.
So that tells us what the gear we're in. It tells us what
so you don't have a rev
RPM you're doing.
Like the old days, do you?
No, that's right. So it's a digital display on these things. Majority, not everyone, but the majority of people will have the digital display, and they'll be able to look around. And you do get sidetracked. You start looking at your dash. You start looking at what your bike's doing, rather than feeling it. And that you can miss your braking points quite easily by doing that. I've done it myself.
Someone, and I'm not going to say who, has asked me to ask you, Alan, about touching wood.
Yeah, I have a bit of a superstition on the ring. In fact, it's the last tree down there I always rub myself up and down the tree. Everyone likes to sit in the bus stop. I like to touch the
You've
wood
got
on
an
the
itchy
tree.
back, haven't you? That's what it is.
It is like a bear, yeah, exactly, like rubbing myself up and down a tree.
That's your tea off the menu for tonight. Anyway, so you things like John McGuinness has a lucky thing where Becky always puts the penny down as leathers and stuff. We've heard of people saying they wear the left sock on first and then the right sock on or something like that, and things, people are superstitious, but no matter what you do, the superstitious wise, this place, if something is going to go wrong engine wise, chassis wise, or something like that, it's going to be here, isn't it?
Yeah, the TT shows up everything on your bike. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong at the TT, and that's something that you can't prepare yourself for. That's something that you'll never ever be able to prepare yourself for. You've just got to come here and do it. But I mean, talking about the superstitions, every single year we had new levels with the new sponsors on, and we used to put. I always put a Manx note in my levers, so it was either a £5 or a £10 note, and I used to have to get it off a Manx person. So I used to have to get my Manx note off a Manx person, and I would tuck it in there. And generally, if you break down on the course, hopefully near a pub, you get to spend it at the pub anyway.
However, if you break down near a pub, which you hopefully won't ever do, they'll buy beer for you all night.
Well, that's what I thought.
Unwritten rule.
I've broken down at 2 pubs and no one bought me a beer. So maybe I've just been at the wrong time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you've been at the wrong time. Carry more money. You're not going to get it off me. Harry Payne's looking rather chilled sat there, isn't he? He's listening. I want to know what he's listening to. Is there music in there, Harry? What is it?
Just what's going round and round in my head, mate.
What is it? No, I thought you were listening to music.
I can sing it for you.
Go on then. Oh, you can, yeah.
Want a pickle? Just want to ride my motorcycle.
Very relaxed, Harry. How are you? All right.
Okay, mate. Yeah, it's the best way to deal with extra delays, I guess. Yeah, all right. Just ready for today.
How did it go the other day off the line? Pretty good? Handy enough?
Yeah, it was the first time with this engine, and we didn't get a real good chance. We didn't get a chance to practice on it, so it was just to take it as it comes. And it was fine to Laurel Bank. It was all working good. So try again.
No changes?
No, none whatsoever. We haven't really done any changes to the bike chassis-wise since setup-wise since the start. We've just left it alone and learned to get up to the pace where it starts to level off, and then I think, right, what can I do to improve the feeling then? But at this point, it's just keep riding the bike, and speaking to a lot of experienced guys and getting a lot of tips and things, which has been great. But when you go off down the hill, you just don't want to have anything different just yet. I want to just keep knowing how it is and just keep building myself. So that's where we're at the moment, and we'll just try and build on that for a result.
How is it on the side, this side, of being on that side?
Well, when I was passengering, I always thought the driver had the easy bit, but none of it's easy. It's all a battering around here, and it's really is the hardest thing, the hardest race in the world, and most respect from me for that race. I'm just happy to be here.
You've had a pretty good start to the year so far, and so, apart from something that happened earlier on in the year, some good runs at Derby as well. It's been okay, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Derby's just been to get used to this bike, because I've never ridden an LCR F2 before, so this is the first year on it, and it's going really well. It's a great bike, and yeah, the team have put a great package together for me. Can't thank all the Dow 1886 guys enough, and that's it really. Yeah, we'll just try and have 2 good races.
All right, Harry, thanks for your time and good luck.
Thanks, Chris. Cheers,
cheers, buddy. Cheers. Yeah, Harry Payne. Interesting. A 2:30 confirmed start, by the way, which is good news. We spoke to Harry. Interesting there when he said about race engines. Now, a lot of people say, well, what is the difference? Practice engine, race engine, Alan fans?
Well, essentially, it's just a state of tune, really. So it's the amount of money that you want to spend on an engine, basically. That's the difference. But with the laps that they've had here, they've not really had a chance to fine tune, and they might have started the week on a standard engine, and then they might have put the race engine in towards the end of the week, but they've not had a chance to fine tune that and fettle it. And the gearing will be different, the fueling will be different, and all these things that are going into this race, if they haven't tested them, it's going to be a bit of a guess.
So after the race was stopped the other day, all the teams got their outfits back to the units and stuff. What sort of work goes on then? Are you checking things for cracks? You're going to check things like your lock wire again? I know you'll go through scrutiny, technical inspection again. Is that just run us quickly? Go through what you do when you get the outfit back. Fair enough. What's the plan?
So at the TT, because it's such an aggressive circuit, because it's so brutal and so bumpy on the bike, yeah, everything gets looked at, everything gets checked. The cracks on these things, every bike cracks over here. It's just such one of them circuits. So you've got to be very vigilant about how you check it. You're taking off everything. You're taking off all your platform, all your fairings, all the bodywork, just so you can get in to look at stuff. You bleed your brakes because your brake fluid wants refreshing after doing a whole lap round there.
Does it boil? Do you get it to
boil?
No,
it doesn't boil. It's quite easy on your brakes, but you just want to make sure that they are as fresh as they're going to be for when you start the race.
Speaking of brakes, breaks. Where is the hardest braking point for a sidecar around the Alaman TT mountain course?
I would probably say the end of Sulby.
Okay.
I would probably say that just because it's so bumpy and when you do it, the brakes there, you're getting thrown everywhere. So it's very hard to hold onto the bars.
What about down into Craig the Bar? If you've dropped down that hill, you've obviously got the weight of the outfit and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Governors is also one that I always struggled with. And then the right kink as you go towards Governors, I can't remember what that's called.
Bedstead,
it's a bedstead at the end because it's a blind. You can't see it when you run down, especially when you're as low you are on these sidecars. You just can't see the turning point. So
trust.
That's always a bit scary sometimes.
It's not like Ballagary. You've just got to trust that you know the line and
absolutely,
just bang it in.
And that's why the confidence on these things. That's why you need to be doing laps because it inspires confidence. And when you've got confidence, you start enjoying it. And when you enjoy it, you go fast.
And Harry's settled into it well, hasn't he? Being on your side of the outfit now.
Yeah, he's doing brilliant. Like for a newcomer to do the speeds that he's done, you know. Both him and Lee Crawford, like as newcomers, have been outstanding this year. So they're definitely going to be looking to improve on them with the flying laps that they're going to be getting into.
What's the talk around the British paddock about this place for the guys who don't want to come and do the TT? That some of them want to try it or just want budgetary constraints? Because, like you said before, it costs a lot of money.
I think it's a value thing. Absolutely, I think it's the money. You know, a lot of people don't have the budget to do it, and with the times that we've had in recent years, you know, people don't have that sponsorship. They don't have that input because a lot of businesses have been struggling. So, and it's sponsors that we rely on heavily to get over here for the sidecars because we're just everyday people. We don't get professional. We don't get paid to do this sport. We do it because we love it. And that's where sponsors are so important, which is great to see some of the sponsors on these.
Just looking at your one there, Technic Aircraft Maintenance. That's all right. Where are they based?
Yeah, so Technic Air is the company that I work for down in Bournemouth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
you work all the way down in Bournemouth?
I work all the way down in Bournemouth. And then we got Spartan Automotive. And then
all right. It's not a total freebie. You know?
I've got to get them all in because you said one. That's it. Now I've got to get them all in.
But that's good. I mean, like you say, all sponsors, whether it's 30 quid here from a few mates, 50 quid here from other few mates or other, it's good. Alan Fownes, thanks for your thoughts on that. If you're going to head up to the tower now and go with Steve, wait till you get up there and see when the race is on. Alan Fownes is going to head off, and Beth, thank you very much. Let's get over to Steve Day and Chris Boyd in the tower for the start of the three-wheeling.media Sidecar Race 1. Over 2 laps. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Chris Kinley. Thanks, Alan. We'll see you in just a moment. Steve Day and Chris Boyd then to talk you through this 2 lap three-wheeling.media Sidecar TT Race 1. Just a quick reminder to you that later on, the roads will be open at 5 o'clock. They close at 6. We have the Superstock race 3 laps at 6:30 this evening. But now we focus our attention on 3 wheels and we wait for the reigning champions to head off. Ben and Tom Birchall, 10 times TT winners. They've won the last 7, as we've said, quite a bit this week already. They are unbeaten since race 2 in 2016. They will head off first. There is no number 2 outfit, of course, because we know that John Holden started it off with Jason Pitt, then with Dan Sale. John, wherever you're watching, we wish you all the best. So it will be the outfit of Reeves and Rousseau that will head off after that. This Hayth Honda is absolutely beautiful. Number 1, you're going to see it head off in just a moment. This is their 19th start for Ben and Tom Birchall, the 4-time world champions. Their most recent, of course, in 2018. And we are ready to go. 5 seconds to go, and this race will be underway. Hear this. That's Ben and Tom Birchall away then. We now wait as just pushing forward on that black and gold Rich Energy Bonobo Action Racing Yamaha is the 2013 TT winner, Tim Reeves, 6-time world champion with his newcomer passenger, Kevin Rousseau. Next up, the most successful TT sidecar racer in history, Dave Molyneux, 17 wins. Listen to this KTM. He's got Daryl Gibson on the side. Then we have Peter Fownes, Alan's brother, with Jevon Walmsley on the FHO Racing Honda. It's his 11th start. The Crow Boys, next up, number 7 on the Haven Homes machine, Ryan and Callum, newcomer trophy winners back in 2019. Number 8 the red and black outfit, Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney, their 9th start. Best finish thus far, 4th on the Dow Express Tyre Service Honda. Conrad Harrison is up next, his 48th TT start, 2014 Race 1 winner with Andy Winkle. Number 10 next away, Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde, 37th TT start, 4th place overall for Gary in 2010 and 2012. Away there for number 11, Steve and Matthew Ramsden, the red and yellow outfit, their best ever lap in qualifying last week. Number 12 next, that's Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, 3rd at the 700 in 2019. Next up we have number 14, Estelle Leblond and Clement Carr from France, 110.744 in qualifying last week. And away they go. Now we have Harry Payne, we just heard from him, been on the TT as a passenger plenty of times before, but a newcomer, the experienced and successful Mark Wilkes with 2 TT podiums on the side on the Dow 1886 Yamaha. There is no number 16 because Wayne Lockie and Matthew Roston have engine troubles. Hopefully they'll get away next time. So now it should be Paul Leglise and Melanie Farnier who've moved up. They've had a cracking week. Just wait for them to be let away. Just after that, of course, you can see the luminous yellow machine coming up. In fact, that is number 18, Gary Gibson and Tom Christie. So let's get our eyes now focused on the road. Luminous yellow, Greg Lambert and Ben McBride are now off as well, as we now try and focus on the Birchells. Glen Helen, the first sector, as ever, the Birchells looking to make it 11 TT wins. Chris Boyd.
And they're just out through Greba heading towards the Hawthorne pub. They'll flash past the punters outside the Hawthorne pub. You can see all the fans holding out the phones, waiting to get the pictures as the Birchells head through Gorsley on the approach to Ballacrane. We're looking at about a 4:50 is the kind of sector time we're looking for from a standing start out to Glen Helen. They're just about to flick right at Ballacrane and head on up towards Ballaspur on the run through to Glen Helen. Of course, behind those, there's plenty of people who'll think 2 laps is their opportunity to keep the Birchells somewhere near on tap and try and bring this race back to them, as it were, because you'd expect the Birchells to be the ones that set the pace, as we see now on the screen, Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau. Of course, he's got 20 seconds of free air in front of him, Tim, to do his own thing. He hasn't got to worry about traffic, really. If he gets anywhere near the Birchells, if he sees them in sight, then he'll know that he's somewhere near the very, very front of this race. Behind him, Dave Molyneux's gone through, Peter Founds and Jevon Walmsley through Gorsley, as well as we pick up the Birchells. It looks like they're on the run into Laurel Bank. See them move out to the left-hand side of the road to get the cut into the big, deep right-hander. Oh, trouble here for the Ramsdens.
Yeah, the Ramsdens have got troubles already then with their arms up in the air. That's really early on as well. Number 12 just coming through on them, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy.
That looks like Glen Vine there, down into the traffic light at Glen Vine. They are coming to a standstill. The Ramsdens, Crawford and Hardy, flash past them. We continue to await the arrival of the Birchells. It shouldn't be long now. We can see them into Glen Helen 1. In fact, and here they come through Glen Helen. We'll get that split time any moment.
Yeah, the Hayth Honda machine through Glen Helen then. They are the first. It's 4:52.888 for Ben and Todd. From a standing start, how does that look, Boydie?
Yeah, we were expecting about a 4:50, so maybe a couple of seconds just outside of what we were expecting, but we'll just see where the others filter in here. 20 seconds to wait for Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau to arrive at Glen Helen, and then behind them, Dave Molyneux and Darrell Gibson, Peter Founds and Jevon Walmsley. And once we've had those through, we'll start to get an idea of where the land lies. Then there's another 20-second gap back to the Crow brothers.
Yeah, Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau on that Rich Energy Bonobo action machine. They've come through 17 seconds down on the Birchells. Dave Molyneux and Darrell Gibson have gone ahead of them. Peter Founds and Jevon Walmsley then through Glen Helen, 4.2 seconds down. That moves them up into second place. Dave Molyneux and Darrell Gibson then are third, 6.5 behind Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley. So that moves Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau down to 4. They are the only 4 outfits thus far that have come through the first sector.
The Crows flash into second place. The Birchalls lead the Crows by 2.4 seconds. Then it's another 1.8 seconds back to Founds and Walmsley, 6.5 seconds back from them to Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson, and another 6.2 seconds back from Molyneux to Reeves. Alan Founds is with us. It's a top 3 start for your brother. He's doing well.
Yeah, this will be the perfect start for him. He's always been struggling from that first sector, so I think he'll be down, and I think he'll be trying to claw that back now for the run out down to Ballaugh.
Is that a particular, is it just his knowledge of the course or a particular problem he's had there?
I think he's always a bit steady from the start anyway, so he will be taking it quite steady there. And hopefully he can claw back some of them seconds and get a bit further up that board. But Ryan and Cadam Clough, what a sector from them. That's 2 seconds behind the Birchalls. That's no shy achievement, that is it.
Absolutely great stuff from the Haven Homes Blue Machine number 7. Further down the order, Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde went into 5th place. 11 has retired, unfortunately, at Crosby. The Ramsdens then are out of the race. Let's have a look at Blackstock and Rosny were 6th through Glen Helen, ahead of Crawford and Hardy. Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau then, not the first sector that Tim Reeves was looking for. 8th place at present with Conrad Harrison and Andy Winkle just behind.
Absolutely right, and we're looking obviously for Harry Payne, our star newcomer on the sidecar side, alongside Lee Crawford. Lee Crawford holding on to 7th place with Scott Hardy. We're looking for Harry Payne, who should be arriving at Glen Helen any second.
Yeah, he's in 8th place for Harry Payne and Mark Wilkes, 2.3 seconds down on Crawford and Hardy. So that's not bad going at the moment for them into Glen Helen.
And he is right behind Harry Payne, right behind Estelle Lavland up through Sarah's Cottage. So that's going to be an interesting dice up over Lamfell and out through Cronkavody, Alan.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you catch someone through the twisty bit through Glen Helen like that, there's not much you can do. You've just got to sit behind them and bide your time until you can pass them.
Number 11, the Ramsdens, they are looking to try and continue. So you may well see that yellow and red outfit head back out once more.
Looking down here, it looks like Peter Founds has overhauled both Dave Molyneux and Tim Reeves on the run out to Kurt Michael. Founds looks to be well ahead and moving on up the road. So he's just got past that traffic very early.
It's exactly what he wants now, isn't it? You know, he can start to stretch his legs. He'll only have Ben and Tom in front of him on the road. So I don't think he's going to see him this race, but hopefully he can claw back some of that time that he's lost to him on the first sections.
Over Ballaugh then, and through we go for the Birchalls. They're the first through Ballaugh, and we'll get that time for you. It's 8 minutes 20.223.
Yeah, the fastest practice lap of the week. They were in Ballaugh in 8 minutes 16, so they're 4 seconds down on that practice pace. So it's not an especially quick lap from the Birchalls, which maybe gives the other opportunities. We're desperately waiting now to see Callum Crowe and Peter Founds both arrive at Ballaugh and just see where this leaderboard shakes out.
It's normally quite an unbiased commentary box, this, but we'll let you off today, Alan.
I do apologise for my bias there. You know, if I can't do it, I'd like my brother Pete to be doing it, absolutely.
So here we go then on the approach now to Ballaugh. Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley come through. They're 6.4 seconds down on Ben and Tom Birchall. We'll now wait for the Crows. Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson go through. They're in 3rd. Tim Reeves and Kev Rousseau, for the moment, stay in 4th. We now wait for the number 7. Here they come. Let's see where they're clocking. They do go into 2nd place, 3.8 seconds. So they're doing pretty well here. They're not losing sight of everyone else, Ben and Tom Birchall. It's 3.8 seconds back then from number 1, Ben and Tom Birchall, to Ryan and Callum Crowe, with Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley for the time being in 3rd.
Only 2.6 seconds down on Ryan, and of course they've had to pass both Dave Molyneux and Tim Reeves. So you think that traffic will potentially cost Peter Founds a little bit of time. So we might not be seeing quite such a misleading sort of leaderboard. It might be that Founds is still to come to challenge Crowe. 2.6 seconds is absolutely nothing, Alan.
That's right, yeah. And let's not forget, with Ryan and Callum Clough going as fast as they are, they're going to be coming up towards the traffic as well, which will be Tim Reeves and it will be Dave Molyneux if they catch you on the road. So they might have them hold-ups as well.
Of course, as we brought you all of the action last week in qualifying week, the sidecars particularly down on laps. A number of teams saying that for this first race of 2 here at the Isle of Man TT Races for 2022, this is very much a practice session for 1 or 2. The Birchalls lead then from the Crows. Pete Founds, Jevon Walmsley 3rd. This is through Ballaugh. Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson are 4th. Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde 5th. Blackstock Rosny 6th, although that's just changed. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy have just gone up into 6th. ahead of Blackstock and Rosny, with Reeves and Rousseau in 8th. Let's quickly drop down to you, Kinners. You're keeping an eye on things through the speed trap.
Yeah, Ben and Tom Birchall, 151.622. Ryan and Callum Crowe, 149.3. Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley, 145.855. And Tim Reeves and Kev Rousseau, 143.8. Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson on that KTM, the 890, 142.359. Steve.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay here of Pete and Jevon. Talk us through that, Alan.
So it's always a difficult one, Balaf. You never know quite how you're going to land. Sometimes you don't know how you're going to take off either. As long as you hit it nice and straight, you shouldn't have too many problems. But you always get all three of us off the ground. It's a great feeling.
With so little suspension travel on these outfits, you must absolutely feel that shudder right through you.
Yeah, it's the passenger that gets the beat in there. Unfortunately, if he's not holding on properly, that when he lands, he'll clatter against that platform.
Well, we've got these speed traps actually right on our screen there. You can see the Birchalls leading that one. We're hearing, obviously, some fascinating insight from you down on the grid there, Alan, about the innovations from different sidecar teams and the double chains that the Birchalls have. Of course, Dave Molyneux making his own chassis. How far can you go with this?
I mean, I guess how big's your budget, that, and that's what sidecars have always struggled with. Like we're saying about the sponsorship coming into the sport, it's great to see some of the big names coming into sidecars, and that will help that innovation, and that will push on that. That development of sidecars, which is needed.
Ben and Tom Birchall then heading around the Ramsey hairpin. They've gone through their 11:58.368. Let's see what the gap is when the rest of the field start coming through. At Balaf, it was 3.8 seconds, the gap between Ben and Tom Birchall and the Crows.
It's 11 minutes 58 to Ramsey for the Birchalls, so about 1.5 seconds still down on that practice lap from Thursday that was 117.5 miles an hour.
That looks like the Crows going through there, was it?
That was the traffic that we were talking about before, what they're going to encounter on the road. I think it's Tim Reeves, he's just got past there, but that might have slowed him up maybe on the run down to Ramsey.
Here comes Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley, 8.5 seconds down at Ramsey on the Birchalls.
We have to factor in the Crow boys when they get there. Obviously, they're just making their way around the hairpin now, Founds and Walmsley, and they head off up towards Waterworks and then onto the Gooseneck and onto the mountain proper. As we've seen the Crow boys arrive, and it's got out to 6.8, so that traffic has definitely cost them, Alan.
It has, yeah. You can see Pete's only 1.7 seconds behind Ryan and Callum now, so that traffic will definitely have cost them, and I think they're going to encounter Dave Molyneux a bit further up the road if they catch him as well.
Yeah, we just saw there the Crows going round Ramsey hairpin. Tim Reeves and Kev Rousseau just up behind. So they're 19 seconds off Dave Molyneux. We just had 5 outfits through Ramsey for now.
Absolutely. So Founds closing on the Crow boys, and we'll see what happens over the mountain. It is the Birchalls that lead by 6.8 seconds from the Crows. Then Founds and Walmsley just 1.7 seconds back on them. Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson hold 4th, 20 seconds down on those, and then we are waiting for other outfits, notably Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde, who were holding 5th place at Balaf Bridge. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy were up to 6th at Balaf. Then Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosny rounding out the top 10. Harry Payne and Mark Wills, Tim Reeves and Kevin Rousseau, and Conrad Harrison and Andrew Winkle.
Just saw there heading around Ramsey hairpin. We've got a number of outfits heading around there at the moment, including Conrad Harrison. We just saw there Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde just up ahead of them as well. Number 8, Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosny on that Dow Express Tyre Service. The red outfit, bit of help from Carl Fogarty as well with the foggy eyes on the front of that outfit.
Always good to have the top men on, because when you've got a 600cc machine and you're trying to carry 2 people around this mountain course as opposed to 1, the strain on those engines must be massive.
It's terrible. It's an engine tuner's nightmare when a sidecar crew come to them and ask them to tune their engine for them, because they know the strain that engine's going to go through when they put it into the bike.
When you're looking around, because one thing I have noticed, Alan, is that there is always seems to be a bit of a merry-go-round when it comes to passengers and drivers. Do you often look for someone who's light?
Yeah, light and stupid is always the future. Luckily, my passenger, he's not too stupid. With Jake Lowry, he's absolutely gutted not to be here, but I'm sure he'll be listening to this with full intent to see how everyone's getting on.
He might not thank you though for that comment. The Ramsons, unfortunately, are a confirmed retirement. They are out of this race 1. Let's hope they can get that fixed up and ready for race 2 later in the week. Up towards the bungalow we go then shortly, and it is Ben and Tom Birchall are through the bungalow.
And the Crow boys have sight on Dave Molyneux now. They are catching him really at quite a quick rate here. Molyneux's gap over them is, well on the road now, only a second or so perhaps, because the Crow boys are coming. They're going to have to get past him. That may delay them further. That gap over Founds at Ramsey Hairpin was only 1.7 seconds as they pretty much are on top of him now at the Black Hut as they head out onto the veranda. In fact, Molly's pulled over and let them by there. Molly moved over to the left and just let them by. How gentlemanly of him.
Yeah, the mountain's a great place to catch people because it's wide, it's flowing, and you can see exactly where you're going to get by them. It's not like the twisty bits where you can't see your next corner in front of you. So that's a great place to pass someone, and well done today for moving over for them.
Not great for your brother.
No, that's the last of the traffic now, I think. So Ryan and Callum have got a free run now unless they can see Pete, which they might be able to see him on the mountain, just peeking around some of the corners maybe. And that always spurs you on if you do see that. That gives you a great, kick up the bum to carry on and push a bit harder.
Second outfit through the bungalow then, Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley. They have just been eclipsed. It's 6.8 seconds. The gap's pretty much stayed the same from Ramsey Hairpin to the bungalow. Ryan and Callum Crowe then 6.8 seconds down on the Birchalls at the bungalow, with Pete and Jevon just 2.4 seconds adrift. Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson for now are in fourth, and they were through Ramsey as well as Reeves and Rousseau just head in. Reeves and Rousseau were 10th in the end at Ramsey Hairpin. At Ramsey, it was Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde in 5th, with Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, number 12, in 6th place.
The drop down to Craignabar for the Birchalls there on the one run down the mountain. The pace now is high 1:17 pace, about 1:17.9 type pace. So this is the fastest sidecar lap of TT 2022 that we have seen potentially coming up here.
Yeah, Ben and Tom mentioned actually during that lap in qualifying last week, there was more to come. They had a lot of traffic. They haven't had any traffic here. It's going to be that second lap, isn't it? That's crucial that we need to try and keep our eyes on.
Yeah, they'd have to find a lot of pace to get towards that 1:20 lap that we want to see from the sidecars at some point, or we hope to see. The pace into the bungalow would need to be about a 15-minute 24 pace, and they're there in 15:35 on this standing start lap, so it's 11 seconds off that kind of pace.
So then the Birchalls lead at the moment, 6.8, coming up towards the Craig now. Pete Founds, Jevon Walmsley, number 5, that FHO racing machine. That must be a nice feeling coming in there. You must be able to see all of the fans waving, legs out.
It's very easy to get carried away with, taking all the scenery and to see everyone waving the programs at you and on that rundown. But there's still a lap left yet. Best not to get ahead of yourself. There's a whole, 37 or probably about 40 miles where they are actually at the Craig, left to go. And that's a tough thing to compete in by anyone.
Dave Molyneux as well, just gone through there with Daryl Gibson. For those of you in the grandstand, if you're looking at the screens at the moment, you can see the number 1 on that screen has just lit up white. That means Ben and Tom Birchall are through Cronknamona and shortly will be coming past us here on Glen Crutchery Road. No pit stops inside cars. They will start the second of this 2-lap race. They're on Glen Crutchery Road now, so eyes right. Here comes the Hayth Honda, number 1. Ben and Tom Birchall about to come past the line, and we'll get the lap time from Chris Boyd here. Here we go.
117.9, 19 minutes 12.055, 117.9 miles an hour as Maria Costello rounds Ramsey Hairpin with the arm up in the air. She is moving off up towards Waterworks, but definitely a problem for Maria Costello at Ramsey Hairpin.
In the meantime, you can just see here number 8, that's Blackstock, just heading into the Craig now. We're just waiting for the next outfit to come through. 3 outfits have already gone through Cronknamona. So any second now, you are going to see Pete Founds, Jevon Walmsley. They'll come through the Crows as well. Dave Molyneux, Tim Reeves. They'll be well on their way. Here comes Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley then across the line. So at the grandstand, 9.2 seconds is the gap, Alan.
I think he's got a lot of work to do on this last lap, hasn't he? I think he just needs to keep his head down now and concentrate what he's doing. And I think that battle between Pete Founds and Ryan and Callum Crowe, I think that's going to be absolutely brilliant. Jevon Walmsley will be pinned to that platform, trying to keep as low as possible just to try and help with the top speed.
Ryan and Callum Crowe do cross the line into second place as they were 7.7 down on Benetton Birchall. There's Dave Molyneux, 17-time TT winner, 1.5 seconds. You're right, Alan. This is going to be the battle at the moment, isn't it? Second and third, it's going to be the Crows versus Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley for now.
1.5 seconds then in this battle for second between the Crows and Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley. The lap one times, as we said, 117.901. Oh, Tim Reeves looks to be coming in.
Tim Reeves and Kevin Zoe. Let's go to you, Killers.
Yeah, they're in. Not looking too happy. Is Tim actually out of roundabout? Where was he when he went through there? About 5th or 6th place. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, about 5th, 6th, 7th place. So they're just having a big conversation about whether they are going to continue. No, Tim Reeves is going to be a retirement, but it's interesting to look at the Cronk-Namona split. Going back to the first, second, and third, it was 7.3 between number 1 and number 7. It was 1.9. The gap at the bungalow is 2.4 between 7 and 5, and at the grandstand, it's come down a bit more between 7 and 5. It's only 1.5 seconds between number 7 Crow and number 5 Founds. Boys, back to you.
Harry Payne, unfortunately, arms up there. It looks like they're going to retire over at Craig. What a shame.
Yeah, for the newcomer, he's going to be gutted to not finish his first race that he's actually started. But he's been flying up till now, and he'll be looking to get sort that out for the second race. He's got another chance now.
Just going across the line. Yeah, it looks like Lewis Blackstock might just be pulling in there. Didn't come past us here at Flat Chat. That's Conrad Harrison just heading past us. He'll continue, but we'll keep our eyes on that number 8 outfit. But it looks like they might have run into some trouble as well.
We were looking at the lap times then of what they were doing then, and Pete Founds did 116.9, which I think is his fastest ever lap round here. And Ryan and Callum Crowe just did 117, which is definitely their fastest lap. And that's from a standing start, which is absolutely outstanding for, fairly newcomers, really.
Number 8, that is Lewis Blackstock then, and Patrick Rosney, unfortunately, on the Dow Express Tyre Service 600. They are out. They are returning into pit lane, and you're absolutely spot on. I've just checked. It is their fastest lap ever. Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley. What would be even nicer, what would taste a bit sweeter, is if they can hold on to this second place for you, then the Crows obviously will be saying otherwise. It's a proper battle here for second and third place at the moment. For this three-wheeling Media sidecar race, the first TT sidecar race for these guys of the week. Benetton Birchall will be coming through Glen Helen on their second lap shortly.
Indeed, the Birchalls haven't really got wildly away, have they? They're only 7 seconds up the road. It's not massive.
No, I don't think it's as quick as what they were doing in 2019 when they set them lap record pace then. And we're starting to see a lot of people starting to have a lot of problems, start to pull out or stopping on the course, and this really is going to be a war of nutrition. As much as anything, it's the TT. It's brutal on these bikes, and they'll just be looking to get these things back over the finish. But this battle between Pete and Ryan and Callum Crowe is going to be one to watch now.
It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Just 1.5 seconds. It was 1.9 at Cronk-Namona. It's 1.5 here at the grandstand. And we have to remember, this is the Crow boys, only their second ever race on the TT course. They had a fantastic finish and set the newcomer lap record in race 1 in 2019. They couldn't start to race 2 because of mechanical issues. So this is only their second race on this mountain course.
That's right. And the bike that they're on is a brand new bike to them that they only picked up this year. It's one of Ben and Tom's LTRs, and it's obviously working for them. It's a very similar chassis to what Ben and Tom have, but without the engine configuration. And you can see everyone now, they're really trying to push hard. Pete is trying really hard around them corners.
We just saw there then the Birchalls are through Glen Helen, a total time of 23:54.708, but that particular sector, 4 minutes 42.652.
The Birchalls have lifted the pace. That is only 1/10 of a second outside their lap record pace. So they've decided to put a push in, I think, here. The Birchalls will be interesting to see what happens to the sector times as Crowe and Founds make their way out through Glen Helen.
We just saw, of course, here at the grandstand a little while ago, numbers 18 and 19 just going past. That was Gary Gibson, Tom Christie, Greg Lambert, Ben McBride as well. We now wait then for Peter and Jevon to come through. Let's see where they were. They were just 1.5 seconds off the Crows last time. They'll be second through, and they are. They're 13.566 seconds down through from the grandstand to Glen Helen.
And that's gone out from about 9.2 seconds at the grandstand out to 13.5 seconds. So it feels like the Birchalls have really put on a push.
Here come the Crows. They're through 11.7 seconds. So the Birchalls really have laid the hammer down in that opening sector, but the battle is well and truly still on. Only another couple of tenths that the Crows have taken out of Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley, Alan.
Yeah, I think they're starting to get confidence with that bike now, and this is what they've not had chance to do all week with the lack of laps that they've been doing. So once you feel comfortable on a bike, once you feel confident, that's when you start going fast and you can push it a little bit harder.
Let's just run down a couple of others from the grandstand as they came past us. Behind Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley, Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson are fourth. Gary Bryan, Philip Hyde were fifth. Sixth for number 12, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. And seventh, number 8, Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Grosney. But we know that they pulled into pit lane as well. Tim Reeves, Kev Rousseau are out. Dave Molyneux, Daryl Gibson have just gone through Glen Helen. They're 48.7 seconds down on Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley.
Just what were rounding out the top 10, what will now be top 8 positions. Ninth at the grandstand were Conrad Harris and Andrew Winkle. They'll move up at least 2 spots with Blackstock and Reeves gone. And then Gary Gibson and Tom Christie were lying in 10th. They will now be 8th. As we pick up the Birchalls out on the course, or is it? In fact, no, we're sticking with the Crow brothers. This is where the battle is, this Crow versus Fownes battle, and we're waiting for the next checkpoint, obviously, when they get back to Balap. And what is the final lap? It's a 75.5 mile race, this race, and they will be but just over half, and about 20 miles or so to go by the time they get out to Balap.
Yeah, remember the Crows only started and finished one race back in 2019 as the newcomers. So this is impressive, isn't it? This is an impressive display from the boys.
This is a really impressive display from Ryan and Callum Crowe here. You know, they're both they're a Manx pairing, aren't they? So they know these roads well. But you're right, they haven't had the lap times on this bike, and they're obviously starting to gel with it, as are Ben and Tom. You know, and that's what happens when the conditions are like this, and you're starting to feel a flow. The second laps are always flies, aren't they? They always start to push on a little bit if you can.
Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson there in fourth as well.
Yeah, Dave will be absolutely made up with that. I think if he brings that over the line, I think he'll sigh a big sigh of relief, to be honest, after the week he's had.
Eyes over Balaf then for Ben and Tom Birchall. Let's see if we're on for lap record pace. Remember, the best lap we ever saw was on that stunning week in 2018, 119.250 miles per hour. How are we looking, Boydie?
We are 4/10 inside lap record pace. The old lap record, or the lap record currently, is 8:08.4 out to Balaf. The Birchalls are there in 8:08.0, so 4/10 of a second inside lap record pace and nudging up on that 119.25. We might get to see that 120. We never know. We'll just pick up on one or two of the retirements. Number 25, Craig Melvin, retired at Kurt Michael. Number 32, Dave Quirk, retired at Douglas Road Corner. We know about Tim Reeves, Lewis Blackstock, and Harry Payne. So that brings us up to date on the retirements.
We're just waiting now. Here we go then through Balaf, Fownes and Walmsley, 16.5 seconds down on the Birchalls, but it's now all eyes on number 7, the blue Haven Homes machine. Is about to approach Balaf as well in the battle for second and third.
Both these guys have got clear air in front of them. There's no more traffic to be dealt with. They can do their own races. What's the gap, Steve?
It's closing up. Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley then in third. The Crows are still in second, but 1.1 now.
This is a great battle, isn't it? You know, this is fantastic, and you'll see them on the course. They'll both be trying really hard now. They'll have the pit board somewhere around the board, and they'll know this. They'll know it's only a second between them, so they'll both be pushing on as fast as they can.
Where will Pete have the pit board?
Generally, he should have someone up on a lad called Etchie up on the gooseneck as he comes out of the gooseneck, and he'll usually get one around about 13th, just before the run into Kurt Michael.
This is, of course, the second and final lap for the freewheeling Media Sidecar TT Race 1. The Birchalls at the moment in control, looking to potentially break their own lap record, but the battle for second and third is well and truly on at Balaf Bridge. Just 1.1 seconds separates the Crows and Fownes and Walmsley. They are number 7 and number 5 on the roads.
It's impressive behind them by Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson. This has been a whole project for Dave Molyneux. He wants to go out and just say to people he can do something different and he can make it work. Sitting just off the podium places, he's proving that point.
Absolutely. You know, he's starting to make that bike work, hasn't he? He's had all week with a lot of problems and a lot of issues with the overheating. And he said on the grid before that he said he was happy with it. He said it felt good again. So maybe he's starting to feel it, which is absolutely brilliant.
Molyneux then sits in 4th place. Going back to Glen Helen, it's Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy in 5th. Then Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde in 6th. Conrad Harrison and Andrew Winkle in 7th. As we continue now to look, obviously, at this huge battle that is raging for 2nd place. The Birchells appear to have gone up the road. They have absolutely lifted the pace. We're watching them for the lap record schedule, but we're watching the battle behind between the Crows and Peter Founds and Jovan Wormsley for this 2nd place. There's plenty of action happening out there in this freewheeling.media Sidecar TT Race 1.
Yeah, the battle for 4th then. Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde at the moment have just gone into 5th place, but Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy are the outfit. In fact, that could get quite close still as yet between Molyneux, Gibson, number 4, 12, Crawford and Hardy. Bryan and Hyde are there as well. So 4th, 5th and 6th, there could be still a bit in that as Conrad Harrison goes over Balaf now through the Ramsey hairpin for the Birchells. That's a total time at the moment as we're running on this 2nd lap of 27.2. They get themselves a big round of applause around the Ramsey hairpin as well.
Well, wave the programmes. This is the fastest ever sidecar lap of the TT course that we have seen. They are on 120 pace to Ramsey. Well, 11 minutes 44.4. The lap record is 11:47.4. They are now 3 seconds inside lap record schedule to Ramsey.
Ultimately, Alan, you want to stand on that top step, but if you stand on the top step and you're the first to break the 120 barrier, that would be something else.
I mean, that's a massive milestone, isn't it, with sidecar racing? We've been looking at that for a few years now. And to be on that pace is outstanding, really, isn't it? Hats off to the boys. They're riding the wheels off that sidecar.
We're in the commentary box with Alan Founds, the 7th most successful TT sidecar driver of all time. 2 podiums to his name. He's keeping his eye on this battle for 2nd, of course, because his brother, Pete Founds, is just going through the Ramsey hairpin right now. 18.7 seconds down overall on Ben and Tom Birchall as they literally just now are about to drop down the gears into the Ramsey hairpin. And now we focus our attention on the Crows. This gap has been coming down. They were 2nd, the Crows, last time. And the gap has come down just marginally again. It's just a flat 2nd now.
So it's going to be all about this drag over the mountain now, isn't it? You know, it's who's got the powerful engine to get themselves up that mountain. It's always difficult with these. The gearing's not always ideal. Like Ryan and Callum Clough then struggling around Ramsey hairpin and trying to get out of it then.
1 second.
Yeah.
It's 1 second exactly that the Crows lead Founds and Wormsley by at Ramsey hairpin on the final lap. 1 second exactly in this battle for 2nd place. Oh boy, 12 miles to sort this out on the run over the mountain back here to the TT grandstand.
We have obviously been talking a lot about the Birchells. Alan, I mean, Pete genuinely waking up this morning. What was he thinking? Did he think that the Birchells were out of reach? Was this genuinely a battle for 2nd for him?
I mean, everyone had a bit of hope in them, you know, including Ryan and Callum Clough, because everyone is just so unproven this week. You know, we don't know. No one's done 3 laps yet. No one's done that. I know they're not going to get a chance to do 3 laps again today. But there's a lot of unproven outfits out there and unproven machinery, and the Birchells was one of them. But, you know, they're proving it now, aren't they, on this lap? Fair play to them.
Well, here we go then onto the mountain. This could prove the most crucial part of this 2-lap race. We've got a couple of things to follow. The Birchells lead outright, 17.7 seconds, but they are on lap record pace. Will we see our first ever 120 mile per hour lap here from the Hayth Honda team, number 1? It's now a fight for 2nd and 3rd. Number 5, 2nd on the road on their FHO Racing outfit. Founds and Wormsley are just a 2nd behind number 7, the Crows.
Founds is leaving absolutely nothing to chance here as he's running up onto the mountain mile. He's running over the drainage culverts. He's right out to the edges of the road. This is nothing left now.
Yeah, and you'll notice he keeps to the left-hand side all the way up the mountain because that's where there's least wind when it comes off the mountain. So he'll be trying to get as little drag and as most aerodynamic as he can. You can see Jevin there is absolutely tucked in, which we're watching it, and that's great to see. You know, every little ounce coming up the mountain mile really helps you on the way over.
Just coming through to Ramsey now, number 10, Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde. They're currently in 5th place. 14 seconds down they were last time. Behind at Balaf. They're 18 seconds behind Dave Molyneux and Daryl Gibson. At the moment, Molyneux still holding on to 4th. The Birchells are through the bungalow. So this is where we're going to find out just how close we are to lap record pace. We were on for a 120 a moment ago. How are we looking now?
Oh, we're just maybe behind it. We're just going to miss it possibly. We're about sort of 119.8 type pace.
So through the bungalow. We're about to look out for Founds and Wormsley. outfit number 5. Then the Crows. Who's leading this battle for second and third? The gap has been coming down. It was just a second at the Ramsey Hairpin.
Just a couple more retirements. Estelle LeBlond, number 14, have retired at Halewood Heights, and Craig Curry at Signpost Corner.
So we've had 5 through Ramsey: the Birchells, Crow, Fownes, Walmsley, Molyneux, Gibson, Brian Hyde, Harrison and Winkle. The bungalow's already done for the Birchells, and Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley then have just made it through the bungalow. 17.7 down. That's pretty good, actually. They've not lost too much time to the Birchells there. It's all about the Crows. It was looking a tiny bit scrappy around the Ramsey Hairpin on exit at the start of that.
The Birchells have a board and just backed it off a little bit. They're 2.2 seconds down now. Go on, Steve.
There's nothing in it. Fownes and Walmsley at the moment are in second place. It's less. There was just over a tenth of a second between the Crows, Fownes and Walmsley, and all we've got left, of course, is the end of this section. We've got Craig to come, then the run down to Cronknamona and home. It is going to be nip and tuck, Alan, all the way to the line.
Yeah, and it's brilliant. You know, if your bike struggled up the mountain, it's going to fly down the mountain now, so there won't be much in the top speeds now coming off the mountain. They won't have any advantage like what they would have pulling up the mountain.
And probably no time to get aboard now to say they've taken that second position by just 1/10 of a second. They won't know.
No, they won't. They'll just be keeping it as fast as they can. Once they've seen that board at the gooseneck, they'll be pinning everything that they can and just trying to go as quick as they can. You see Pete using all of the road before, and he was curb to curb to curb, and he's trying to make that thing sing through them corners.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them when they come through at Cronknamona on the leaderboard. Last time around then, we know that Dave Molyneux and Darryl Gibson are on for a potential 4th. It's still Gary Bryan and Philip Hyde on for 5th. Conrad Harrison and Andy Winkle, Gary Gibson, Tom Christie, they are all fighting it out for 4th, 5th and 6th place.
Of the outfits we are seeing, there is no doubt that the Fownes are pushing the hardest. They are absolutely using every inch of the road. The body language is there at the outfit. This is a real attack, isn't it?
This is brilliant. And you know what? Pete will be absolutely loving this. He'll be enjoying every second of this.
I bet this is making you miss it right now, isn't it, Alan?
Yeah, it's giving me goosebumps just watching it. But fair play to him. He scares me when I watch Pete. I'd rather be racing against than watching him.
Okay, keep your eyes right, because the Birchells are going to come through. They have just been stunning so far in qualifying. No one could catch them. And on the day, this long record is going to continue. They're well on course for their 11th TT victory. This is going to be 8 on the trot. And of course, we might have a lap record to keep an eye on. They're through the nook into Governors now, and on the drag back to this finish line. The checkered flag is being made ready, and then we will keep our eyes on the battle for second and third. They're on Glen Crutchery Road right now. Put your hands together for the Sidecar TT winners for race 1 in 2022. It is Ben and Tom Birchall on the Hayth Honda. And what's the lap?
It's a 119.222. Their lap record is a 119.250. So missing it by tenths of seconds.
Now, this is the big one. This is the big one. We're just waiting now. Both are through Cronknamona. Fownes and Walmsley and the Crows. Who takes second place overall between number 5 and number 7? It's half a second through Cronk.
Half a second. Fownes and Walmsley hold second place. Just the rundown signpost. Bedstead into the nook, down round Governor's Dip, and then away. Oh, Fownes getting a slide on as he powers the machine into the hairpin, into Governor's Dip.
They're not holding back on the approach now to Glen Crutchery. The Birchells are in, but we keep our eyes right. This is going to be a fantastic battle for second and third. Here comes Fownes and Walmsley, number 5. They come across the line, and now it's just the anxious wait. Who gets second as we wait for the Crows? Number
20
7.
seconds between them at the start. So 20 seconds. We wait for Ryan and Callum Crow.
Here they come then. They're now coming down Glen Crutchery. Who takes second in the TT? Across the line for the Crows, and they go second by a tenth of a second. Ryan and Callum Crow have taken second place by 13.9 seconds behind the Birchells, but a tenth covers number 7 from number 5. That's you, Kinners.
Absolutely unbelievable. The Birchall boys coming here, and you know what? Tom just sat in the back of the outfit and just contemplated what they've just done. I'm sure they're going to be annoyed. 18 minutes 59.283, 119.22. Third place for Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley. That is confirmed they're in. The gap between the leader Birchall and Crow at the end, 13.9. And look at that. There they come. They're here. Following
in the footsteps of the dad, getting themselves a TT podium. Ben Birchall straight in the sea, Ryan Crowe. Oh, and I just don't think these two boys from Derby can quite understand what's happened. Oh, that's brilliant. Tom Birchall straight over to see Ryan Crowe. And that is absolutely stunning. We'll get in and grab a word of Ben. Well done, Mucke. Well done, Ben. Well done, Tom. Here's the crew. You just... Ben just jumps into the arms of his team. Big Jim's there. And Tom Johnson as well. Ben Birchall, TT winner. It's been 3 years since I've got to say that to you. Just missed that 120, 119.22.
Oh, well, a race win will do me. That's what we needed. Yeah, I always find 2 laps tough, to be honest, and they were keeping me honest. You know, I was shoving on, and I just thought, calm down and see what happens now. So, what a great day to be out there. The people are waving and fantastic. So, yeah, brilliant.
So to the rest of the race, getting good boards, because like I said, it was Pete and it was Crowe. They were after you.
Yeah, the guys are going good, aren't they? You know, they're going really good. Read my boards and just pushed on a bit and eased up a bit, pushed on a bit, and they were there. Fair play to them, lads. I mean, second TT here and they're pushing me. It's fantastic. Yeah, and Pete as well, you know. Lovely prepared machines and great lads.
Sidecar class is good, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it anyway.
All these young ones coming through as well, Ryan and Calvin, all the good guys that, you know, Scott Hardy and them guys, you know.
Yeah, it's what it needs. It's what the class needs. They've got to keep coming, keep working hard. You know, it'll feel like a million miles away to them, but it isn't. It's just there. You've just got to push and push.
Another TT win.
Thank you. Yeah.
Never normally speechless, are you?
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone that's involved with me. You know, without them, it don't happen. They've hung on for 3 years and trusted in us and kept backing us all the way. And a big shout out to Gary Thompson for letting Craig, my teammate, ride. He had struggled all week. I hope he's done all right. And thanks to all marshals and officials that let this job happen.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well done. Yeah, 119.22. Grab a word with Tom. He just said hello to the good lady. Well, you just sat in the back of the outfit when you came in here. Just explain cleanly what were you thinking?
That's just like proper raw emotion, mate. That's a little bit of disbelief. 3 years not doing this, and then a lot of delays. You know, we were fired up to go on Saturday, and you know, really up for it. And then you have to chill out. Went on his mountain bike, Paul Phillips and gang took us on his mountain bikes. Had a bit of crack. Enjoyed that. Just relaxed, and then had that another 15-minute delay, or hour and 15, whatever it was. I don't know, but just to click them 2 laps off clean and fast like that, I'm so happy. To get back to something like record pace, that's awesome as well. A massive thank you to all the team and all the lads this week. They've just been so good. It's been hard, you know what I mean? And that is just emotional. But to see all them fans out around track again, it's Sunshine Alley, man. What a bloody good do, mate. Awesome.
4 seconds under the lap record you were at one point in that last lap. We thought, here we go. 119.22. Close, but it's a win. Never mind lap record. It's the win.
A cool thing the other day, John McGinn, just after he did his 100th start, he just come over to us when we were waiting in the garage there to go out, and he said, look, you know, knackers to the 120, just go and get some trophies. And that's what it's about here. You know, we all want to see it, don't get me wrong, but when the time's right, another day maybe it'll come. But we just got his eye back in then, you know what I mean? It's a different level doing 119 odds, you know, 120. Will come, it will, but let's be patient, eh?
Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Let's get to the second place crew, though. And I can tell Ryan Crowe, young Ryan, live.
Hi, Chris.
Last lap, 118.57.
Can't complain at that, can we?
First lap is over 117 as well. I mean, the world's media looking down there for photographs and stuff. How does that feel going through the north of the island?
Unreal, man. The support around the island, it was unbelievable. I know I can thank all my sponsors for doing it. Backing us up. It's not bad for about 10 laps of the TT, is it?
Bonkers, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm speechless, Chris. I am.
Can I tell you the gap between you and Jev on the last lap was Jev and Pete was a second, then it was half a second, then he was up by 100th of a second, and at the end you beat him by 0.112 of a second to third place. So you guys got second.
I know. I knew when I seen a pit board at the Craigna Bar, and it was like P0 plus 0. I was like, oh fuck, I've got to push here.
Apologies for the language on Radio TT,
but no, we knew we had to push hard. Then there was lots of it that were pushing hard, you know. But hey ho, Chris, we're here, aren't we? We're back. We're ready to party now.
Big party on for the Crow boys. Well, young man,
I'm absolutely
careful.
I am absolutely speechless.
He normally doesn't say much. 118.57. Talk us through that last lap, how fast that was, and the battle between you and Pete and Jev.
I seen a board up the top of Gooseneck, and I knew from that point he was going to push very, very hard. I know he's good. Ryan's awesome over the mountain. I know that for a fact. But what was it? 118.5.
57, yeah.
Oh, how many laps have we done?
Yes, exactly. And the first lap was over 117 as well.
I don't know what to say. I mean, Haven Homes for the support for bringing us here. I mean, we've got the best crew in the paddock. You know, the mechanics have been flat out. I can't say. I just want to say a massive thank you to all the marshals and Gary Thompson for getting us out. I know it's been tough, but thank you very much to everyone.
Go and soak it in.
I will do.
Good lad. There you go. There's the first two. Let's get to the third guy. Let's speak to Pete Founds and Jev. I think Alan's made his way down here. Oh, I'm hearing information and I'm not going to repeat Al Founds. Pete Founds, you and Crowe, what a race you two had together there.
Yeah, no, yeah, he rode really well, the guy, didn't he? He got out the blocks fast, which we didn't. We tried a little bit too hard on the first lap, and we made some silly mistakes. And you know when you make the mistakes because it costs you on these things.
Airborne through Balaf.
Yeah,
totally airborne.
Yeah, we just like you say, pushing a little bit too hard, I think. And I managed to press the kill switch as well, going through Crosby, so that was eventful. But quickly realised what I'd done, got it back on, and away we went. But yeah, like I said, maybe just needed to smooth it out a little bit on the first lap, I think, and we did that on the second, and it seemed to pay dividends.
116.9, I think, the opening lap. Your last lap was 118.72.
Yeah, we'll take that.
You will take that. How many? That's about 2.5 mile an hour on your fastest lap, something like that?
I think so, yeah.
Should know all these stats. Yeah. I mean, the Crow boys, did you know the gap between you at the end?
I seen a -1 at the gooseneck, and I thought, right, we've got to push it now over the mountain. So